I'd like to call this meeting to order, the January 3rd, 2024 agenda review. Just a couple quick notes before we start. First off, Happy New Year to everyone. Happy New Year to everyone. We do need to come up at some point today with a work session date. And board members, in your packet, actually Ms. Bowie has printed a couple sheets for you there for your preferences for graduations and also for committee assignments. Please get those back to me by next Tuesday, and I'll get them back, and everyone will remain on the committees they're on right now until the end of this month. And also a packet about school closing, so and the way that from DPI exactly how that's supposed to go. So at that point, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Good afternoon. Pete Wildeboer.
Present.
Melissa Mason.
Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I'm here.
Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Hugh McManus. Here. And Stephanie Walker.
Here.
Thank you for being here, board members. At this time, we will have Matt Moorhead, the pastor of Crossway Church, providing a remote invocation.
Hi, my name is Matt Moorhead, and I'm one of the pastors of Crossway Chapel of Wilmington. And just wanted to thank you all for the way you serve our county and our area. Grateful for each one of you, and privileged to be able to pray for your meeting today. God, I do want to thank you for each person represented in this meeting. Leadership team, for the Board of Education. I'm thankful for the role that they play. Hi, my name is Matt Moorhead, and I'm one of the pastors of Crossway. Chapel of Wilmington, and just wanted to thank you all for the way you serve our county and our area. Grateful for each one of you, and privileged to be able to pray for your meeting today. God, I do want to thank you for each person represented in this meeting. Hi, my name is Matt Moorhead, and I'm one of the pastors of Crossway Chapel of Wilmington. And just wanted to thank you all for the way you serve our county and our area. Grateful for each one of you, and privileged to be able to pray for your meeting today. God, I do want to thank you for each person represented in this meeting, in this leadership team, for the Board of Education. I'm thankful for the role that they play in serving the students and families and individuals in our county. And God, I ask for your blessing on this time today in their meeting. I thank you for the ways in which you have guided and strengthened them during this complicated and difficult season. And I pray that you continue to grant wisdom where they lack it, Your word says that it's good to give thanks to you for all the good things you have done. And your word also says that where we lack wisdom, that we should come to the one who provides the wisdom that we just simply do not have on our own, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And so we ask on their behalf that you grant them wisdom where they lack it, that you grant them unity where they need it, where they need vision for the future, even if that future is just a couple steps in front of them, that you grant them the vision to see what needs to be done and how to lead well, how to serve well. And I pray that you'd strengthen them for that task. But thank you for the teachers, for the administrators, and for the board as well, and just the way in which they serve and lead the education system in our county. And I ask that you go before them, and in this time that you truly superintend their time, that there be a humility and graciousness in the way that they're able to operate with one another that would help them to effectively serve our county. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you that you put people in positions of leadership and service in order to benefit our city and our county, and I pray that their leadership would do just that. Thank you for your kindness to us. I'm grateful that you are ultimately the one that we trust in, and pray that we would do that more and more each moment and each day. In Jesus' name, amen.
I've asked Ms. Walker to kick us off this year with the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this point, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Second. All right. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Passes 7-0. Go down as we have in the past with the a review of proposed agenda items. Please stop me as you need to, or as you need to. Just kind of run down. Again, this is for next Tuesday. We'll start with the call to order, roll call, approve the agenda, invocation, presentation of colors, national anthem, pledge of allegiance, approval of the minutes,
As it stands right now, it has me doing the pledge again.
Okay, so who would like to do the pledge?
I'll do it.
Okay, Mr. Brad. Pledge. And I'm sorry, before I continue, Ms. Grable, would you please continue to serve in your role as keeping up?
I'm already on it. Thank you.
I knew you would be, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
I asked.
Happy to do it.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Ms. Bradford doing the pledge, approval of minutes, 5 minutes, student voice, we will have 5 minutes, teacher voice, also 5 minutes, recognitions. Dr. Martin, we good with 10? Will there be any administrative introductions? Okay, very good, so we'll keep that in. Superintendent's report, 5 minutes, sir? Okay. Board chairperson's report, also 5 minutes. Call the audience, Ms. Mason is going to be helping out with that, so appreciate you doing that.
Mr. Woodward,
Yes,
I can't pull up my computer, so I can't see if we switched it, but we have Ms. Bradford still listed as vice chair on that, so,
Well, right, I've already
Okay.
I've talked to Mr. Bowie about that.
okay, thank you.
Straighten that should be corrected. Consensus items, 5 minutes. Like we can get it done. Is there any questions about any of the consensus items? Let me start with that.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am?
I mean, I just want just to bring attention to the public, the Porter's Neck, the mobile units for Porter's Neck Elementary. I know that got a lot of traction at the beginning of the year, but that is coming to fulfillment, so.
Could I make a comment regarding
Yes,
that
please.
agenda item?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. As you recall, the Board of Education budgeted and funded for 4 mobile units. And delivery times and cost escalations, we were able to bid this project and afford 2 mobile units. So we're moving forward with 2, and we're looking or evaluating options to get 2 more units there. But since the original project budget was for 4, I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Yes, ma'am? Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Anderson, when I read that, is it that it took all of the money that we had to get the 2, or there were only 2 available?
It took all of the money that we had just to purchase 2. I know that there's money remaining in the budget, but keep in mind, when we provide mobile units, we upfit them just like a classroom with the technology, furniture, and equipment that you would find in a typical classroom.
Okay, anybody else? No, okay. Carrying on, change order summary, budget amendment, any questions on any of that? Okay, new business is.
Mr. Wood?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Cradle?
So, in the section on, course curriculum guidelines, I read through, all the stuff. Is there anything in there that, you'd like to call attention to that has changed or is new or that we've taken out?
So I highlighted for the board members the new things, and most of them are word changes or from UNCW or CFCC, but there is a change that we are making sure that we are more in a line with the courses that we accept from our private and charter schools.
Okay.
So those are the major changes that we have.
Okay, and then the ones I was looking at under, the CTE, the things that are in red, that are struck out, we're not doing those anymore, or they've just been renamed?
The CTE are mostly state changes, and there are course codes are the main things, or either the state change.
Okay,
Yeah, those are state.
all righty, thank you.
Going, gone. Okay, we'll carry on. New business, board budget priorities. So that's where we will have the maps up or the charts up, and we'll go through and we'll put our little stickers by each one. So we'll go ahead and do that next
How much time?
I think. What do you think, folks? I would say probably
20 minutes?
20 minutes would be good.
20 minutes, okay.
20 minutes. 20 minutes sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's just do 20 so we can estimate high, we can always finish.
I'd rather go
Okay.
with 20. That sounds good. Okay, so we're at 20 minutes for the priorities. The old business is Career Readiness Academy at Mosley. That'll be discussion. And possibly, we're going to have a presentation today about that. Ma'am?
No, what are we going to have for presentation?
Yeah, we have a presentation today about that. So why don't we allow 20 minutes for that also?
Can I ask a question about that?
Absolutely.
So, is it, I can't pull it up, and I forgot to get here early to get Dawn to help me. Are we doing something with it, since I know we're hearing information, makes sense, we do it today. Are we doing something, is it on the agenda because we're gonna do something with it at the meeting?
So it'd be totally up to the board.
Okay, so, does it even have to, what I'm asking is, does it even need to be on the agenda if we're hearing the presentation? That's what
Yes.
it needs to be?
I would say yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, so we'll allow 20 minutes for that. Vogel Law Firm, Trevor, you actually brought that up. You just say probably 20 minutes for that also?
Yeah, and so, again, on that one, when I was looking on my phone last night, it says possible action, like, we're here, I'm not certain what we're gonna hear today in the information session, so, is this for possible action too?
I would say so, yeah, because
Okay.
it's under that, yeah.
Okay.
So let's go 20 minutes there. Correspondence, we'll leave that for 5. Yes, ma'am? Ms. Bradford?
The district field trips, you skipped over it.
I don't see it on my sheet here.
Oh, sorry, it's over here.
It's on the other agenda. No, you're on the wrong agenda.
It's on the green agenda is what we're going over right now. Yep. The other is, yep. That's why I got one up here and one down here. Announcements again, 5 minutes. Closed session, I don't think we'll need it, but of course, we'll leave it in there in case we need it. Anything else we need to add for next week? Yes, Ms. Walker?
I know we had a discussion earlier that our March meeting falls on an election day. I know we typically move it, so I just was reminding you, like,
Thank you. Yeah, I'm all
if we want to
forgetful.
put it on here or we want to do something today.
Yeah, well, why don't you share with what you share with me so that everybody knows what we're talking about?
Okay,
please?
so I was looking at my calendar because we always do. And March 5th is our March meeting. It's our Tuesday, and that is an election day. And typically, we move our election day, or our meetings to the next week. So I guess we have to decide whether we're going to or not.
Would you like to make a motion?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. That's what we're doing here. Okay. I didn't know if we were doing it in this part or not. Well, I guess I'll make a motion that we move our March meeting, 5th meeting to the following week, which would be the 12th. Thank you.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Carries 7-0. So our March meeting will now be on the 12th instead of on the 5th.
And then how about agenda review?
Oh, yeah.
still going to be on the 27th? Or do we do it on
One,
Well, that's the will of the board.
we've been doing it either the Tuesday or the Wednesday, so we don't have to have it. If we're doing the meeting a week after, we could probably do it on the Wednesday.
The Wednesday, which will be the 6th.
Yeah. I'm looking at my
Can everybody
calendar.
check their calendar, make sure that
Yeah.
there's no
6th of
problem?
March.
So we go March.
What would the time be on that? That's another CDLA day for me, and where the Be Proud, Be Pro truck is coming. I don't know what our role is in that, but
Can we do 2 o'clock? Is that possible? So just to keep it at 2? March 6th, 2 p.m., and then we said March 12th
Yes.
at a regular 5 p.m.
Yes.
Okay? Any concerns? If not, thank you, Ms. Walker, for not only bringing it to my attention, but reminding me and bringing it to my attention again. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay.
so, Mr. Whittemore, that puts us at 180 minutes plus 5 for a break in there, so that'll be like a 3-hour meeting, 3
Okay.
hours, 5 minutes.
Well, we say that and it never seems to end up that way. I don't know why, but we appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Craybill. All right, we're carrying on here today. So at this point, we will be moving into closed session. Let me get my closed session sheet out here. Okay. I will call for a motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143, 318, 11C for the purposes to prevent disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C 402 and not considered public record with the meaning of Chapter 132 of General Statutes, to consult with the attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, including with respect to B.H. versus New Hanover County Board of Education and John Doe's 15 through 17 versus New Hanover County Board of Education, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment or conditions of initial employment of individual employed or considered for employment within the school system, or to hear or investigate complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual employee, and to consider qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness. That's the same thing again, so we'll leave it alone. All right, do I hear that motion?
Second.
We have a
Did
motion?
you just make the motion? Did you make the motion?
No,
Oh, okay.
I call for a motion.
I thought I heard you say, I make a motion that we go into
All right.
closed session.
Well, she just did. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second, first and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 7-0. We are in closed session.
don't even know if how this works. I just happen to notice that this has an on and off switch.
Okay, so that's something that we need to make sure of.
Yeah, he hasn't used this in over a year.
Check 1, 2. Ready. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
just dropped off. I was like, oh man.
A lot better than 3 weeks ago.
All righty. We are, yep. We've been to that in two more minutes. Presentation. It is cold. It is cold, that's for sure. Spreading out.
Dr. Barnes is gonna have, so if you just wanna turn it over to me, I'll turn it over to Barnes. Time line.
Oh, okay. I'll do it.
Oh my gosh, I just walked right under like a.
Yeah, it's like
Something.
8 degrees or something.
Ridiculous.
All right.
Because I don't have enough sweets back here.
Sweets for the sweet. All right, audit presentation. All right, board members, you got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 1, 2, we got 4, so we can start.
See if I have any candy.
Andy's dandy. He actually did go get his jacket. You really did. You really did.
Yeah, I didn't bring a coat.
Yes.
My hands are cold.
Yeah, it's chilly.
My nose was cold.
My fingers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, chilly.
All right.
My ring is gonna come off.
All right, board, welcome back. Welcome back. We are now in open session. Welcome back. We are going to start with our 2023 audit presentation. No, we're not. I'm taking it back. We're going to start with our consensus item, which is our personnel report. Jumping ahead. All right. The recommendation is to approve the personnel report as presented. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. I'll second that. First and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of approving the personnel report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Passes 7-0. Now we are ready for our 2023 audit presentation. Ms. Sutton.
Hi, good afternoon. So each of you should have at your desk or your seat a copy of our financial report, and in the front of the report is the audit letter. You have that for informational purposes, and Adam Sapurik from Anderson, Smith & White is here to do the audit presentation for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, board members, superintendent, happy new year. As Ashley stated, you should have a balanced set of financial statements as well as a 3-page letter. This afternoon, I'm going to give a short presentation that is in no means indicative of how thorough the financial statements are, how long the audit takes. Honestly, if we needed to have a longer conversation, that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing. But we will have those conversations as needed year after year. But for now, we have a good audit report in front of us. The 3-page letter is addressed to the board being the body that actually hires us to conduct the audit of management. And that just lets you know there were no disagreements with how to apply accounting principles, no difficulty in conducting the audit, no differences in opinions, and really just a straightforward plan. It went according to plan and no difficulties. And that type of information you wouldn't put within the financial statements, so that would go in the letter. And it's just, again, standard letter, standard verbiage, letting you know that the audit went well. So within the balanced set of financial statements, again, a very thorough, comprehensive annual report that includes our audited sections, as well as some additional information, a couple of letters. The beginning section is just a discussion of the school system. There's also graphs in a statistical section that shows you 10 years worth of data, all compiled from 10 various audits. My goal here today is just to go through a couple of pages, point out a couple of numbers that I think are key. Management and the board really harp on, I think, fund balance rather than net position. Those are two ways to gauge financial health of an entity for governmental purposes. But when you're looking at net position of a school system, the value of your buildings really means nothing to you financially. The cost of the pension plan that is a state liability recorded on your books as part of net position really doesn't mean anything to you. So the schedules and the discussions that talk about fund balance, those are the things to really key in on when you're reading through like the management's discussion and analysis or looking at those statistical tables. Fund balance, that is the money you have in the bank, the money you have available to appropriate. And again, I'm going to point out a couple pages where you can find that information. So even though I said I was going to go quick, page 1, after all of the Roman numerals, page I, 3 I's, go to actual page 1. This is essentially what we're hired to prepare and to perform and really to give our opinion on the financial statements. So whether fund balance is going up or down, good, bad, indifferent, our job is to let you know that these financial statements are accurate. I work on 20 different school systems a year. I review an extra 30 financial statements from other partners within our firm. And so some of the discussion might be context and things to look out for and things to point out. Those are more commentary rather than the fact that these financial statements are accurate. So page 1 is the opinion letter over the financial statements. The first section, the opinion paragraphs, basically states that we believe that these statements accurately reflect fund balance and net position for the school system for the year ended June 30, 2023. This is considered a clean, unmodified opinion letter. Later on, I'll point out 3 additional letters. Those are related to internal controls and compliance, and they are towards the back. But this page 1 is the first letter I wanted to point out. If you turn now to page 14, Exhibit 3. So again, the financial statements combine schedules of net position and schedules of fund balance. Exhibit 3 is the first schedule showing fund balance. It's basically a balance sheet for your governmental funds. You have your general fund, state public school fund, federal grants, the other restricted fund, which is another local fund, capital outlay, and the individual schools. At the bottom of each of those columns, you'll see the total fund balance per fund. For the general fund, $12,554,000, a decrease of $5.9 million from last year. The other restricted fund, $10,613,000, an increase of $1.3 million. You don't have any fund balance available in capital outlay. You do have funds in capital outlay, but they are all assigned to an infrastructure grant, and you'll recognize that unearned revenue as you spend it, but there is no available fund balance in capital outlay, and $2,197,000 at the individual schools. The State Public School Fund and federal grants funds do not carry fund balance. Those funds are used and requested as they're used. They're allotted annually, and you don't actually retain fund balance in those funds. So $5.9 million decrease from last year to $12.5 million total. Of that $12.5 million, you actually have some non-spendable fund balance, $1 million of inventory and $630,000 of prepaids. Those are dollars already spent. They represent an asset because you can use the inventory you've purchased, light bulbs, screws, nuts, plumbing supplies, but you don't have cash available, so you cannot spend that. Prepaids, the check's already been written. You're just recognizing the asset over time, maybe for like insurance or IT type contracts. So those prepaids, again, already spent. You cannot appropriate that fund balance in a budget because the dollars have already gone out the door. So when you really look at what's available cash in hand, it's really closer to $11 million of fund balance. And if you're using $5.9 million per year, you can do the math and know that it's only sustainable for so long. I talk about fund balance in the general fund, going from using $5.9 million to break even. It's kind of like steering a battleship. It takes time. It doesn't just happen overnight. But you are in a position with using $5.9 million and only really $11 million on hand that some decisions are right around the corner for, again, turning that battleship. So you do have some funds available in the other restricted fund. Those are local funds, but a lot of those are miscellaneous state and federal grants that don't come through DPI. So those funds, half of them are restricted for specific purposes. The $3.8 million number really kind of represents the unassigned version of fund balance in that fund. We can't call it unassigned because you can only have one unassigned fund balance, and that's in the general fund. But it is available for your discretion, that $3,874,000. When you look at the general fund balance, you've already appropriated $4,360,000 into the 23-24 budget, which we are now halfway through. So again, there's an urgency of changing from using fund balance that I'm sure you're well aware of, and Ashley has presented over the last year and a half or so. But again, just wanted to point that out. Any questions about your fund balance and your general funds? If not, if you would turn to page 16 real quick. This is the income statement that resulted in those change in fund balances. So you can see at the bottom of that general fund, the net change in fund balance, $5,905,000 decrease. You can see total revenues in the general fund, $94.8 million. You have received nearly $180 million from the State Public School Fund. But one thing to point out here, the Federal Grants Fund. This year you totaled $46,977,000 of federal revenue. $29.2 million of that was education stabilization funds. Those are the COVID-19 funds that are set to expire in the next 6 to 18 months. So that is a non-recurring funding source that, again, will put pressure on local funds as you decide which programs to undertake locally, which positions to start undertaking locally. A lot of that $29.2 million are one-time purchases. There's, HVAC renovations, bonuses, things like that, but there are reoccurring expenditures found within that $29.2 million. Again, that will just be an extra pressure on your fund balance going forward. Any questions there? Yep, certainly. Actually, I have that marked. Since you asked, we'll go all the way to the back, the second to last page. So it's the $29 million is part of the $49 million of federal funds, but if you look on page 112, that $29,171,000, that is your total COVID-19 education stabilization funds, and those are made of the ARP, the CARES grants, the ESSER. You can see all the programs that make up that 29 million. Yep. And it's a part of the $49 million or $46 million in the federal grants fund on page 16.
Ms. Walker? Ms. Walker?
Well, yes. This is perfect. This is a bit perfect. Yeah, he's kind of teeing it up.
Yeah, so my job is to look back and tell you that your last year, the reporting that you received on an ongoing basis is accurate, that the audit didn't find unusual items looking back, that you were receiving good information. We didn't have to come in and make a lot of adjustments. These numbers were pretty much presented to us to audit. We didn't make substantial changes. We obviously helped write the financial statements and do our testing, but we spend our time looking back, and like I said, we're 6 months into the new fiscal year. I think Ashley's part is looking forward, and that'll be coming next, so. All right, if there's no other questions about general fund balance, you do have one business type fund. If you turn to page 22, Exhibit 7, your one enterprise fund, a business type fund, is your school food service fund. For this fund, fund balance and net position are the same number. You actually have to record child nutrition equipment directly within the fund. You have to record their portion of the retirement plan liability within their fund. So we can't really look at net position / fund balance as a good gauge of financial health here. I like to look at cash. So Exhibit 7 is the balance sheet. In the top of that column, cash and cash equivalents, $8,405,000. That's an increase of $1.9 million from last year. So again, a very well-funded child nutrition fund. If you'll remember back to last year, the increase in cash was $3 million. And that was because in the 22 fiscal year, you were operating under the USDA COVID-19 feeding program. For 22-23 year, you went back to the traditional, some of your students are paying, some of them are receiving free and reduced. Your participation, though, across those 2 years really held solid. So if you look at page 23, the income statement, your food sales were $2,852,000. Last year they were just $900,000. So it went up $2 million as kids went back to paying for the meals, or some students went back to paying for meals. The federal reimbursements in the middle of the page, $11,642,000. That was $13.8 million last year. That went down $2 million. So those really just inverted. The $2 million increase in sales resulted in a $2 million increase in federal reimbursements. But all in all, that is a flat participation, which is a good thing that helped provide that additional $1.9 million in revenue. The difference being this year, inflation created $580,000 worth of additional food cost and $400,000 worth of salary and benefits. So you remained profitable. $1.9 million in cash added is a very profitable child nutrition fund, just not as profitable as last year. And it really boils down to that participation that drives the ability to afford all the staff, all the food. So again, a bright spot in the financial condition. After that, there's pages and pages of additional schedules, some budget versus actual, no budget violations, details on all of your assets and liabilities, roll forwards, discussions of the new GASBs that we implemented. We recorded an asset for your copier leases. You have some IT subscriptions. Those were all new accounting principles and policies under the Governmental Accounting Standards Board issued in the current year, all implemented within these statements accordingly, and that's all described in the footnotes on how those affected your financial statements. At the end of the day, they net to zero as the impact. It's just, if you sign an agreement that is going to last 5 years, we're putting an asset and a liability on your books that lasts 5 years. You don't, it doesn't affect fund balance. It really affects net position. And it's just the way that the school boards and governmental units across the country have to now report certain agreements related to leases and IT subscriptions. So all that is described in those next 50 to 60 pages. If you turn to page 99, though, this is our next letter. Again, our audit is not just financial statement oriented. We also come in and do an audit for internal controls and compliance over state and federal compliance requirements. So page 99 starts 3 additional opinion letters, one over internal controls, over financial reporting and compliance, one over requirements related to your federal major programs. The federal dollars we audited for compliance included child nutrition, EC, and those federal COVID-19 grants. No findings, question costs on the federal side. And also an opinion letter on state compliance. The State Public School Fund has to be audited every year for compliance. This year we, actually the State Public School Fund was the only state program we audited for compliance, but again, no state question cost or findings on how those dollars were spent. So these 3, both compliance, 2 clean, unmodified opinion letters, and over internal controls, we noted no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the application of controls over finance or compliance. And that is it. You stole my thunder on the last page, the 29 million. That was the last one I wanted to point out. But again, to me, these are the most important numbers within the statements, as well as the required letters that boil down to a clean audit report.
Any questions, board members?
Compliment Ashley and her team for coming out with a clean audit with 125 million pages in there, and I wish that had calculated to money. But thank you for that hard work, Ashley.
And on that note, I will say the audit definitely went smoother than last year. Last year was our first year, but you're in the midst of, we're in the midst of a conversion in softwares. Very difficult anytime that happens, but there's been some staffing changes in finance, and this year a really remarkable improvement in just the efficiency and getting through work and the information provided to us. So it really did. The audit went really well.
Thank you.
McManus?
Yes. Oh.
I'll be going over that.
That's the next one.
I'll go over that next.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. And again, congratulations, Ms. Sutton and her staff for a great job. Thank you, sir. Next, we will have, for Mr. McManus, we'll have the budget overview and outlook, since you asked.
Okay, once again, you should have your handout in front of you. That is the same presentation that you should see on the screen, so whichever is easier for you. So we'll go over in this presentation a budget overview that's going to look at current year budget. We're going to look at our funding as of now, looking at actual versus projections. We're going to look at budget highlights for this current year. And then we're also going to start looking forward as we start our planning for next year's budget. So can I do it? It's, I wasn't sure if it was a PDF. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then we'll finish up with some next steps to think about for our budget planning. So to start, I wanted to share with the group our budget is $390 million, as you can see here. Primary resources for revenue comes from state, local, and United States federal grants. So as you can see here, the state makes up a majority of our revenue. We receive funding. 47.8%, as you can see on that chart. County funding is approximately, New Hanover County funding is approximately 24%. That's a little lower than you're seeing under the local category here. You see on the screen 25.8%. The difference of about 6% is fines and forfeitures funding we receive, and also our fund balance appropriation of that $4.1 million. Then you also have federal grants making up the next largest percentage of our revenue, which is 13.3%.
Would you like us to ask questions as long as we go, or wait till the end?
Let's do this next slide, and then we can talk about the current budget, and because something may be answered on this slide. So we talked about our revenue sources on the previous slide. This slide shows how we budget that revenue, so the expenses that we're paying for with the revenue that's coming in. And you see two different pie charts here, but it's just summarizing those budgets in different ways. So the pie chart at the top on the left is sorting by purpose. And so as you can see here, and as you would expect, the majority of our budget is for instructional services, and that makes up about 66% of the budget, and that amounts to about $260 million. Support services make up the next largest at 21%, and that amounts to about $82 million.
How many, 18 million?
I'm sorry?
What was the number?
82 million.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Stop hearing aids.
And then looking at the budget by type, as you can see here, 50% of our budget is for salaries. And I did want to remind you, salaries would include supplements in that number. So that's about 50%. And then 23% of our budget represents New Hanover County Schools investments in our employees. So that's our employer retirement and health insurance that we pay on their behalf. And so together, that amounts to about 74% or $286 million of the budget. Expenditures for contracted services and supplies makes up about 18% of the budget. So those are your two largest areas. And I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Bradford?
One page. What, the budget by fund, other restricted, what does that refer to? It's 3.5%. What is that?
So the other restricted is our Fund 81. Adam spoke about that a little bit. That's our grants and indirect costs that we charge to federal programs and a little bit of sales tax revenue. But for the most part, it's grant funding that we receive that doesn't run through Department of Education.
Walker?
Just to clarify, restricted funds are funds that you have to spend on certain things.
Right, so these funds have to stay in this fund, so we can't move it to local current expense or general fund. However, there, as Adam had spoke to earlier, there is about $3 million or $3.8 million in that restricted fund that's available that we could use. It's similar to our fund balance in general fund. But in that category, normally the unassigned fund balance is related to grants where we receive the money in advance, but we haven't spent it yet. But the grant is telling us how we have to spend the money. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I would say also because we're in the middle of this year. We're in the middle of this year.
Yes.
That's why.
Yeah.
Barnhart?
Well, and I was just going to speak to, where would the endowment money that we're going to receive go in this?
Yep, so it would go in other restricted because the endowment has restricted the use of those funds for that particular purpose. And so it would be kept separate so not to mix it in with other funding.
Grable?
What is this is back on the the expenditures. Can you give an example of a non-program expenditure?
That's going to be charter schools.
Oh, okay. And that's just money that we get and we pass through, so
Yes.
it's really not our money.
Yes, and
Okay.
just about all of that. There might be a little bit that's not charter, but most of that is charter schools.
Okay.
What's
And
the
there's nothing
dollar
we can do
amount on
about that.
Ashley, what's the dollar amount on that non-program?
I do not have that in front of me, but I can certainly provide that.
Are you talking about, you talking about the charter school spending? I think the figure was like 7 million, or was close to that.
Yes,
That's what I
yeah,
thought. I
the
can
charter school number is like, yes, it's over 7 million, but it's the 390 times that percent should give you pretty close to the number.
Yes, sir.
Just to rub salt in the wound, my understanding is we still have the policy, state policy, that we must write the check to the charter schools within 2 weeks, or we're penalized.
We have a month from the time they provide the invoice to us to make the payment.
One
Yes,
month, or we're penalized.
right.
Anything else?
Okay. So as we continue to look at our current fiscal year, here are some highlights, which I'm sure you remember as we went through the budget process. But this budget, we were able to provide an average raise for our employees of 4%. Keep in mind that is average. Some people were higher, some less. Excluding bus drivers, of course, we were able to provide a 16% raise for those bus drivers. Our retirement rate increased and from the 24.5% to 25.2%. The average cost for informational purposes of that 4% raise was about $8 million. And the retirement rate, that increase, the cost was about $3.6 million. And then we also had health insurance rate increases of the 2% you see there, which amounted to almost $2 million, $1.9 million. In the budget, we were also able to provide or add esports as a high school fall sport, and we were able to increase our athletic stipends an average of 4%. We're also fortunate enough to receive some grant funds to pilot some things for the state, one being a high-impact tutoring program. So we received $210,000, and then also the AI School and School Safety Grant, which is $3.2 million, as you see there. Any questions about highlights or any other things?
Number one, you talked about the average employee raise was 4%. Was that across the board, meaning like, did the classified employees get a lower amount, or, I mean?
So most classified employees, other than the bus drivers, received the 4% raise, as you see there. But teachers really varied because that's a state salary schedule, not a local salary schedule. So some teachers may have received 3% or 2%, and some may have received 8%. It depends on how they fell on the range as far as their years of experience, because that based on the state salary schedule.
Thank you.
Okay. I wanted to take a moment to talk about fund balance. So this slide gives us some information about fund balance and how fund balance has changed over the past 4 or 5 years. I wanted to take a minute and just talk through the differences and how some of these changes came about. And not every little item, but big things that happened in these years. And so let's start with 2020. So in 2020, looking at the chart, we actually increased fund balance $6.3 million that year. $3.4 million of that increase was related to reimbursements that we received from Hurricane Florence. So we had expenses in previous years, and it just so happened in Fund 2020, we received FEMA insurance reimbursement, so that helped us that year with our fund balance increase. That's also the year that we started getting all the state and federal grants related to the pandemic to provide that additional support. In 2021, we received more state and federal grants to help with the pandemic and to provide that support that was needed for our students. We also, in 2021, provided bonuses to our staff. It's higher bonuses to our certified staff, and we used ESSER funding for that, and we also used county appropriation funding for part of that. In 2022, that's the year that we actually implemented our new local supplement schedules. So that's the year where we were second or third highest local supplement in the state. That's also the year that we increased our non-certified staff minimum wage to $14 and our bus driver minimum wage to $15. That year DPI, that's the first year DPI held us harmless for our student enrollment. Meaning our enrollment was going down at that point, but the state was not reducing revenue to match what our student numbers were showing. In 2023, that's the year that we increased non-certified staff minimum wage to $15 an hour, and we increased bus driver minimum wage to $16. In 2023, the federal state pandemic grant funding that we received, the first wave, those ended. So that's when you're starting to see those grants end. This is also the year that DPI no longer held us harmless for our student enrollment. And then 2024, state and federal grants continue to end. The big one for this year, of course, as we've talked about, is ESSER 2. And we had raises just like in the other years and some benefit increases as we talked about in the previous slide. When we were working on the budget for this year, we knew our state revenue was going to be short when we were building that budget, and that's why we appropriated the $4.1 million, right, to balance the budget. Before I go on, are there any questions related to that chart? I know that was a lot of information.
On the, in 2022, when you said that this was the year that we implemented the new local supplement, why would that cause us to go down when the county commissioners gave us the money to do that with? Oh, is it because we had to pay the local people?
I'm sorry.
Yes, so.
Okay.
So, yep, so the reason is this is just showing you, it's not necessarily that caused the whole impact you're seeing there, but it was part of it because we did have to put in some county appropriation funds that we were already allocated in previous years. Like we didn't get the total amount. I want to say it was $1 million.
Because they calculated our
enrollment wrong. Because they wanted us to use some of our, and you correct me, Dr. Faust, if I say any of this wrong. They wanted us to use some of our fund balance along with, they were going to give us some revenue as well to offset to be able to fund those local supplements. And so the other thing to keep in mind is the raises that year. There wasn't additional funding for local raises that year. We used that funding from the county, that extra, to fund the local supplements.
Okay.
Ms. Walker?
Ashley, can you tell us, do you have the figures for each of these years of what the balance was and what it got reduced, like every year? Like, so in 2020, was it 20 million? I mean, what was the total?
So I think if we look in this comprehensive financial statement, let me see if I can find it. Tested me a little bit.
Sorry. Because it's important what the overall fund balance is
Yep.
for us, right?
Yes, I agree. So if you go to page 72,
So what, that big packet?
yep, of your bond financial statement.
Okay.
And look at the bottom of page 72. And so this is organized a little differently. It's really summarized compared to the other sheets that he showed at the front of the statements. But in the statistical section, it gives you a brief summary there where you can see at the bottom the general fund. And if you look at the total, so for 2023, you see the 12.8 million. And then if you keep going back, 2022, you see what the balance was there. And you can keep moving back. Now, that does give you the total fund balance. If you wanted to look at the unassigned fund balance, which is the balance that you actually have that's available to appropriate, it's in the first section of the chart. You'll see general fund, unspendable, restricted, assigned, and unassigned. So the unassigned row is what you want to look at for that number.
So follow up, so 6 million is what 6.1 million is what we have unassigned, meaning that we have flexibility if we need to spend out.
Right.
Is that an appropriate amount? I mean, what do we, is a healthy amount is what I'm trying to figure out.
So the state does not provide a minimum required fund balance for school districts. I will say counties are required, if memory serves, about an 8% fund balance. And ours is quite a bit less than that. Yeah. Yes, our fund balance is very low based on the size of our district and our operation costs.
How far did the county commissioners ask us to spend it down to? Wasn't it 10 million?
12, I thought.
10 million.
Okay, 10.
Yeah. So we're about 4 million below that, or thereabouts.
I'm sorry, I don't have that memorized. I don't have it off the top of my head.
McManus?
On the little handout, the first paragraph on the top,
Yes.
683 470 is unassigned. It's over 220, is that significant, it's over 2,000?
That's the fiscal year 2020, is that what you're asking? So that's for that particular year. And so keep in mind, I don't want to confuse, this chart is showing the change in fund balance. So yeah, so for 2020, fund balance actually went up. It went up that 6.3 million you're seeing, and then the next year it went up a little bit, almost 50,000, and then after that, we're using fund balance. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. So when it says the graph is now going down, there's 23 and 24, 5,576 and 23 is changed. And then in 24, that's this school year 23, 24.
That's right.
Okay, so I'm looking at over 10, almost 11 million in the negative.
Yes.
Right.
So,
And so take that away, we have like $300,000.
so that leaves us. That bothers me.
We're spending too much money.
Okay, so my question, I'm gonna ask it. So we've got a big push to keep a school open. My understanding is, and I asked you this earlier, it was $350,000, but it was paid for by grants, etc. We've lost all those grants, and we don't have any credit issuing classes here, but we've lost the grants, so now we have to pay for it.
Right.
So we would add that 350, 375 to the downward bar at this point.
So the cost of that program is included in these expenses. It's include, because that's like continuation. That's something that we've been doing, and we'll continue to show that as an operating expense until we decide we're not going to do that. So I haven't factored in any changes related to that program.
Ms. Walker?
So I guess what you said to me earlier, 8% is a healthy fund balance, and would that be on the total amount of our
So
budget?
I want to make sure I'm clear. So
Okay.
if you were to ask the School of Government or DPI, they would say for a school board of education, there is no minimum requirement.
Right.
Because the county would support us if our fund balance were to go. So I'm giving you from the perspective of the School of Government, okay? But I will say for us, if I remember correctly, we had a board policy at one point in time, and I can't remember. I want to say our target was 8% in that policy. So I think at one point in time, that was a goal for the board to maintain fund balance at that 8%, but I'm kind of going back and forth. It might have been 6%, but in that range, 6 to 8% was our goal in the past.
So my question is it based on the total budget, total of like 390 million?
If I remember correctly, it was based on operating budget.
Operating budget, okay.
And I apologize. I would need to pull that old policy to confirm what I'm saying is correct.
Other questions? If not,
Well,
yes, ma'am?
Just a clarification. So looking at 2023 and 2024, down 5.5 million, down 4.1 million. So we, in order to balance the budget, we have to cut close to $11 million. Is that correct?
We'll get there. Hang on. Just because I don't want to confuse. I want to take it as slow so that we can answer questions. I don't want to get too far ahead.
Okay.
Okay? All right. So let's go to the next slide, and this might start to help answer some of the questions that you have. So this slide, I wanted to take the opportunity to share state and federal revenue projections compared to what we actually received. So as you know, during the budget process, we have estimates for student enrollment. We have estimates of funding we're going to receive from state and federal. And some federal grants change from year to year, so we may not necessarily have a planning projection for them at the point that we're building the budget, like right now. I don't have any state or federal planning numbers right now, but we're starting the budget process. So with that being said, when we were doing planning for this year's budget, you'll see here the light blue shows our projections. So we were projecting to have state revenue come in almost $10 million more than what we actually received. And looking at federal and state together, you could make that comment, that revenue came in about $10 million less. And so we knew when we were building the budget that we were going to be $4.1 million less. So that's why we appropriated that fund balance. But as you can see here, there's $6 million that we didn't account for, that we were not expecting revenue to come in that low. So now let's go back to our local current expense fund balance. So this matches up with what Adam was sharing earlier for the June 30th. On June 30th, our total fund balance was $12.5 million. And we had things that we had to set aside, like the inventory and receivables, prepaids, that make up that $2.3 million. So that's assigned for those things that's not available for our use for appropriation. And then we also, once again, we knew we were going to be short with our revenue, that $4.1 million. So we did a fund balance appropriation to balance the budget. So with all that being said, we're at $6.1 million available for appropriation that legally we could use to balance the budget. Okay. going to go back to this chart again. I want to share a couple of other things. So there are a lot of things that have happened this year that when we were planning, when we were using this number, we had, as I said, we had to make some assumptions. We had to project some things. And, you know, one of the things when we were working on our budget, you know, our goal when we are reducing positions is to ensure that we are positive and encourage environments, right, for our employees. And that we didn't want to make any unnecessary movement with those employees until we had to. And so we were projecting natural attrition to happen at a certain rate. And it is happening slower than what we had anticipated. And so I just wanted to provide some information to you so to help with understanding that natural attrition. So at the end of fiscal year 2022, when we were looking at how long it took to fill a vacancy, so from the time the person left and we've posted it until we had a new person in that slot, on average, it was about 52 days. Well, when we took a look at that same information as of last week, 22 days. So we don't build our budget taking into consideration that we're going to have lapsed salaries or salary vacancies, you know, but we've always known if our revenue projections were off a little bit, we had that to kind of help us with the cushion. But this year, we just don't have that turnover, and we're able to fill positions faster than what we had just 2 years ago. That's good.
It's a good thing.
But that's also, we don't have the cushion that we've had before. And that's just something I wanted to share with you as a board. Kudos to HR for getting those vacancies filled. But that's just something to think about when we're, it is kudos. It really is. That's the reason I wanted to make sure I turned around and said something. I'm not trying to be negative. But I think it's important so that's a good thing. But we lose a little bit of flexibility with our funding when we don't have as much savings there through vacancies as what we were using when we were doing projections. Okay. Let's see. And so based on this revenue, I'm going to have to, I have already given in your board packet today that will go to the board for approval next week, an appropriation of fund balance in addition to the $4 million, because we're $10 million short. Is everybody with me? So I'm requesting in your board packet for approval next week an appropriation of $5 million of local current expense. And so that's going to get your unassigned fund balance down to about 1.1 million. And then I'm using the other restricted fund balance, 1.4 million of that to cover the $6 million shortfall that we've talked about.
Say that last part again one more time.
So the revenue actual revenue compared to projections, we're short about 10 million. I am rounding here a little bit. We've already done the appropriation of 4.1 million, so we need to do another appropriation of about 6.4 million. I'm going to use local current expense fund balance of 5 million, which is going to reduce this unassigned fund balance that we've been talking about, the 6.1, it'll reduce it to about 1.1. And then the remaining 1.4 million that I need to appropriate, I'm going to use the other restricted fund. And I think there was about 3.3 million in that fund. So I'm going to use 1.4 million of that. Another thing for you to,
Got a question?
yes.
Ms. Manis?
Is there any law or policy that requires a minimum fund balance?
No, she just told us that.
But I would encourage the board, I know we wouldn't be able to do it this year or maybe next year, but once we can get our footing, I would encourage the board to go back to having a policy that has a target for the board for fund balance, so that we, I think that would be a good thing to do.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ashley, can you speak, I've heard Dr. Faust speak to it before, but can you speak to me why we need that fund balance in a hurricane situation, how you have to advance all the money before we get reimbursed? Will you speak to that?
That was a great question. That was the next thing I was going to share for informational purposes. So keep in mind, so let's think back to Hurricane Florence. After Hurricane Florence, we had damage at the schools. We had a whole lot of things we identified that needed to be fixed. The board appropriated $3 million of fund balance. We're going to have $1.1 million. So if that same thing were to happen now, we would not be able to just appropriate fund balance and start doing the work. We would have to work with the county commissioners to try to get an appropriation from them to be able to pay for these repairs and expenses, because the reimbursement from insurance and FEMA can take years to get that back. So you really can't wait to get that reimbursement before you start making repairs.
Ms. Walker?
And that's emergency situations, one-time expenses are the things that you want to use fund balance for. Does that answer your question before we go to the next one? Okay.
So to your point, so you said it's usually based on operating costs. Do you have that figure, or we can turn to it so we can work out what we hopefully to have a fund balance that's healthy?
How about I provide that to you in the board update? Would that be okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Just because I don't have it in front of me right now.
No, I just wanted to compound on that. The fund balance thing is our neighbors to the north and neighbors to the south missed a lot more school than we missed during the last hurricane, because they did not have an appropriate fund balance and they couldn't go ahead. So they couldn't do fixing. So it's important that we have as much as we can manage.
Ms. Bradford?
Clarification, Ashley, just so I make sure I understand it. If our unassigned fund balance is 6.128, and you're gonna ask us for 5 million of that, at least 1.128, that's all we'll have left in our fund balance for an emergency, correct?
And that's assuming that we use everything we appropriate, and that's also assuming we don't have any other revenue shortfalls that come in after.
And after Florence, we used 3 million and something out of the fund balance to get ourselves up and running again?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
But to that point too, we got recompensated like 3 years later, right, from
Yes.
FEMA. That's how long it pretty much took to get that money back.
Well, you saw in 2020 that we got 3 million in 2020.
Right. So if it just, this is hypothetical and you might not be able to answer this, but if we didn't have a fund balance and we had an emergency, and the county hopefully they would have our back on that. But if we didn't, what would we have to do? Borrow it?
We would never want to do that, but if that were to happen, I would have to go to DPI, and they would pretty much come in and take over the district.
Question, you're saying you're going to take a small portion from another fund and then a bigger portion. Why would you not reverse that? Why would you not just kind of clear out that other fund and then take a little bit less from our regular fund balance?
We could do it the other way. The other restricted funds, we normally hold it over in that area.
3.8.
We could. If you'd prefer for me to take two, now there's only like 3 million there, but I was trying not to get that one down. I don't want to completely zero out either one. Because I want to have some flexibility there in case I've calculated something wrong. A little bit of wiggle room was the reason I made that choice, but if we wanted to take a little bit more from the other restricted, we could do that.
Give us a little bit more. Ms. Bradford?
But in an emergency situation, if we were stuck with just 1 million in our fund, we could then go to other restricted and grab it?
Yes, and there will be about 2 million left after the appropriation. Or 1.4, yeah. Okay. So that's our information for the current, yes, sir.
Really quick question, or not a question for me, but just for you to answer a question for the board. So each year we've been spending about $4 to $5 million to balance.
Right.
So coming up with the 24-25 school year, if we spend down to the 1.2 million, because we are already the new money in order, we would have to find money where? Because we still have to balance it, so we're 4 million short, because that's just been the average every year. In order to balance it, we have to have 4 million. So where would we get that 4 million from?
So using fund balance is not an option anymore, so you would have to make reductions to balance the budget. So what we've been doing the past 3 years is, first, we've been hoping more kids would show up. That's the first thing we've been doing. And then next, we've been reducing our budget as low as we could without really trying not to impact instruction and the support services that were being provided to the schools. And then once we got to that point, we were using fund balance for that difference. When we really couldn't identify any other reductions. That's not an option anymore. So this year, we will have to reduce to have a balanced budget. And it's going to be very difficult. I'm just going to be honest. It's going to be very difficult, and people are not going to be happy with the options. But we're just going to have to identify options and try to do what's best for our students.
So, and then of course, what we have to remember in 2020. When we had the 15 million, and then I think it was like the 6 million that was increased, so we were comfortable.
Right.
And then each year, 5 million, 4 million,
Right.
5 million, 4 million, without having that, I think 21, where it was 50 million plus.
Right.
Every year after has just been below the bar.
Right.
So.
Mr. McManus?
So what was the charter school expense in 2020?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Versus the 10 to 12 million this year?
Yeah, I can find that. I don't know. I can provide information.
I remember, like reading this, the amount's gone up.
Right. So the cost this year, so if you're asking about, if the question's related to the virtual charter schools, so in the past, we had to provide funding for the charter schools, $790 per student, which was a reduced rate. The other traditional charter schools, we provided funding, the same funding that the county provides to us. So whatever that, so the 3434 was what was per student was what was provided to the traditional charter schools. So what the change was this year was that the virtual charter schools started receiving the same allocation per pupil as traditional charter schools. So now both groups are receiving the 3434 per student. For us, I'll say we're fortunate. We only have about 74 students, New Hanover County School students, attending virtual charter schools. So I want to say it was around, I can't even do that math in my head, 300,000 maybe, was the impact of what we had planned versus what actually happened. But we also fortunate enough that the county provided funding in addition to the number of students that actually showed up for us and for charter schools. And as of this moment, they haven't asked for that money back. And so we were able to use that extra funding we received from the county. I say extra, but it was extra in terms of the kids that showed up were less than what they had projected to show up for us. And so that was the funding that we used to pay for that difference for our virtual.
So am I way off base or am I close? Because number 2 says charter school enrollment projection is over 2,000 students.
Right.
Why we don't have more students, we're paying for when we get a charter school.
So our charter school numbers are going down just like our student numbers are going down. So when you compare enrollment last year to this year, it did go down. So I don't know, so I don't think, and I don't know that for a fact, but I don't think that the charter schools are what's pulling our students out of our classrooms.
Ms. Bradford and then Ms. Walker.
To follow up on him before my question, can you bring us something and show us where those numbers are with charter, what they were, what they are, and so on? But my question, I don't remember what the reason that they gave the legislature of why they increased the virtual charter by $2,444. What was the logic that they gave for that? Do you remember?
I don't remember the logic, but keep in mind that number for us is 3434, but for Brunswick County, it might be 1,000. So it's based on your county appropriation determines what that number is that you're required to give to the charter schools.
Whatever we get from the county for a student in our school, we now have to give the equivalent to the charters, including the virtual charters.
Exactly, and I'm just to clarify, so the actual formula is the county appropriation plus fines and forfeitures. So fines and forfeitures is only like $2 million, so that's a not large part, but formula-wise, when we're doing the calculation, you look at both those divided by enrollment, like you were saying, to get the per pupil funding that's in Fund 20.
Walker?
I just want to follow up, but when you came to us, I think it was earlier in the year, or maybe it was last year, I can't keep up, asking us to oppose more funding, like more money going out of our school system because they were trying to pass a law or something that they got everything we got, whether it was a grant or whatever. That was like 7%, I think, if I remember correctly.
Right. That didn't happen.
Yes.
But this, I
Good
think,
thing.
maybe I'm speaking a little bit out of turn, but I believe, a compromise to that. So there were a lot of things in that bill, but that would have really hurt us. But those things didn't get funded, like capital. But they did do this for the the virtual charter schools.
McManus?
Okay, another question. So where are the students? Because there's not a piece of green grass left in this county.
What's the decrease?
So, I can answer that. So what happens is the graduating class isn't as large as the birth rate. So the graduating class isn't the same as your kindergarten class. And so that's what makes a difference.
So that fluctuates. But it had fluctuated for us the last couple of years.
Well, I mean, at that point, the birth rate, but now, so going from 26, we are right at 24.8. But it's not having babies.
Bigger, lower birth rate coming, isn't that projected that we've got that, we're facing that? One year that, like 2008, there weren't any babies born? I've read something about that, I don't remember what it was.
I'm not sure about that, but I know there's a bubble in our high school, and is it in 10th grade, where the birth rates or the enrollment was a lot higher than the student enrollment behind that grade?
Yeah, it's currently in 11th grade, so next year will be, no?
2008.
It takes a team to pull it all together.
Tag team, I like it.
Also, too, been reading that a lot of people moved. I mean, because of the work from home situation, a lot of families have just moved, away to different, even though this would be a place you'd come to, but.
Let's try Ms. Barnhart. Since she's,
So Ms. Sutton, bringing it back to this, what you're saying is, we're gonna have to make some uncomfortable cuts. Because the numbers are not there, we have X amount of students, and we do not have money, the pot of money, which is the fund balance, to grab it fund, which is what we've been doing. So we need to look, whenever you're gonna present us the budget, which is not right now, but when it gets presented, we're gonna be looking at some serious cuts.
Correct.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
And we will also not be projecting student enrollment like we have in the past. We're gonna follow DPI's guidance on this. They're gonna fund us based on, I think, second month. That's not confirmed yet. That hadn't been approved by the state. But what I'm hearing is they're gonna fund us next year based on second month of this year. And then if more kids show up, they'll provide that funding next year. When we're allocating and we're doing our revenue projections, we're also gonna base everything on the current year second month. So hopefully we're not gonna over project our student enrollment, which has been part of how we've gotten where we are, is we keep projecting students to come in higher than who actually shows up.
Bradford?
So are we doing that same second month with the county?
We haven't had our conversations with the county yet, but that is gonna be my recommendation. Okay. And so now let's take a look. So we've talked about this year and the state of our current budget. And so now we need to take that information and we need to also look forward as we start planning for next year's budget. So the things, and so I just talked about this, the student enrollment projection that we're going to use for next year, this 24,858 is based on current year second month. So that's the number we're going to use. So we haven't identified by school and by grade yet. We're working on that. Student Support Services will provide that information. I believe that's in February. So we'll have it by grade to be able to do the allocations of teachers and the other allocations we do for the schools. But that, comparing to this year's budget, so this year we planned on 25,230 students showing up. So if you're comparing the planning for this year to what we're planning for next year, it's going to be a reduction of students of 372 students, okay? And then charter schools, as you see here, the projection also based on second month. So I'm using the same logic for charter schools I'm using for us. I'm using based on their second month enrollment they submitted to me. We're going to use 2,031 students for them. That's virtual and charter and traditionals added together. That is actually 74 students less than the projections we used this year when we were building the budget. We're also going to be planning on a 4% raise for next year. And how we came up with that raise percent is the state in the biannual budget is showing currently a 3% raise for next year. However, we actually went and looked at biannual budgets in the previous 3 years, and they usually do a little bit more. It's not always a raise. Sometimes it's days, sometimes it's a bonus, but it looked to be about 1%. So we added 1% on top because we are hoping when we complete this budget process, we're not going to have to come back and do other reductions after the fact. So we're trying to build in a little bit of cushion there. A 4% raise is going to be, and please don't hold me to these numbers, just rough, approximately $8.4 million. And that's for state, local child nutrition. Health insurance rate increase based on the biennial budget is going to be 7%. That amounts to about $1.8 million. So looking at the information on the slide where we talked about enrollment numbers, remember, the county's funding us based on these enrollment numbers you see here. If they agree with us, assuming they agree with these numbers, and we use our 34 per student, it's going to end up being about a $1.6 million reduction from the county. So I'm going to repeat, but say it a different way. So it's a $1.6 million reduction, but it's really going to be more than that because that means they're not going to fund a raise in benefits, right? So that's something that we have to think about because if they're reducing because our enrollment's not there, that also means they're not funding any mandatory raises or benefits or inflation costs that may come up. Eliminate the use of fund balance. I think we've talked about that. I think we're all on the same page with that. And then the other thing that we need to consider is our ESSER 3 funding is ending. So the question was asked, so what are the things that are currently being paid out of those ESSER funds? And so I don't know that I have everything listed, but I did try to jot down the major things that are being funded there now. 32 instructional coaches. We have some dropout prevention services, parent and family engagement services, nursing services, that contract, so it's not all of our nursing services. We use ESSER funds to obtain additional nursing services, and the dollar amount for that additional contract was $527,000. We also have some special education positions that are still in ESSER, the curriculum coaches, specialists, occupational, speech. And then we also currently have some positions there that we talked about reducing last year, but as we said earlier, we haven't had the natural attrition as we had hoped, so we do still have some individuals being paid out of those funds until the funds go away. Once I run out of money, I'll have to move them somewhere else, but I'm trying to leave them there as long as I can until that funding ends. Any questions about our budget outlook for next year and things we need to consider?
Walker?
Ashley, I guess I'm curious to know if our student enrollment is higher than the projection, are we going to get that money back?
So for the state, I can say yes. They have said that if enrollment comes in higher, then they will provide that additional funding. We will need to have conversations with the county to determine if they would provide the additional funding or not. So I can't answer that question at this time.
Bradford?
So let me make sure I understood number 3, projected average employee raise of 4%. That's mandatory raises that are being required by the state to cover the state and local child nutrition. We don't have a choice in that.
Right, but the only thing that wasn't correct in that statement is it's mandatory for all of those, correct, but the funding will only be provided for the state for state. So even though the state, I just want to make sure we're clear. So even though the state is mandating, we provide that same raise for everyone, but they would only provide the funding for the state employees.
Right.
Right, okay.
So is ESSER 3 funding, that's going away in September?
Yes. I don't anticipate we would have it through September. I think we will have it spent before then.
Okay, but that's when.
But yes, but that's when the grant ends.
Okay.
Okay.
Next steps. At our board meeting next week, we'll talk about the board's priorities. And we have already shared, I think I've already shared with you, maybe in a board update, that we are using a zero-based budget method this year for budgeting. So what that means is everyone is starting with zero for their budget. And we did something similar last year, but we didn't include salaries. So this year, salary and non-salary items all have to be justified and have to be explained. We have rolled out information to the departments. They're actually submitting their budgets tomorrow, and we're going to start going through those and having conversations. Our plan is to have all these budget meetings with superintendents. So finance is going to compile all the information we receive from the divisions, and then we're going to have meetings with superintendent, and we'll go through all of those budgets and have that completed by the end of January. Then next on our list here is our Capital Outlay Committee meeting. So we've already have that scheduled for February 22nd. So we're going to be gathering that information to bring to the committee. We need to set up a time for our budget board work session so we can bring some of this information back to you, so we can have some conversations and share information. I'd like to do that, before we present a recommendation, which we hope to do in March. So if you guys could look at your calendars and just let me know, what time is going to work for you for that budget work session. And I would just say, because this is going to be such a difficult budget process for us this year, it may be worth trying to schedule that earlier versus later in case you decide you want to have more conversations or you want me to bring back other information after the first work session. So the further you schedule it out, the less opportunity to have other meetings. So I just wanted to just share that with you. So whenever you guys decide you want to have that, I can work on getting that scheduled.
Sure.
Why don't you send out to us?
I will. Sir.
Question?
Yes, ma'am.
So Ashley, if you said the number 4 Capital Outlay Committee meeting is February 22nd, the board budget work session would need to be after that, correct?
It doesn't necessarily have to be, because our work session could just talk about operating budget, and we could save capital to talk about later. Most of our work during the budget process is going to be around operating budget.
We'll have any of the zero base involved in that.
So, no. So we are meeting, I'll be meeting with each department. So no, that would be totally different. But what I will add to this is that, so I saw this coming. And each year when we would have those discussions, I was saying, we've got to tighten it up. We have to tighten it up. And so now what's happened is that there has to be a hard stop, like for both feet on the brakes, which is an uncomfortable stop. And so that's why last year, as Ashley said, we didn't do salaries in the makeshift zero budget, but this year, they know it's everything. I'm looking at everyone's budget, going through, and they have to defend why that's needed. And if it doesn't add up, and I told them at the end, if it doesn't come to the number, Ashley and I will do the cuts on our own. So we have to make sure that we can get where we need to be in order to have a budget that I can recommend. Yeah.
We'll be amazed at some of the things that you'll pop up.
Oh.
Zero-based budget.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I did that for years.
And then, so once we have our work session and we'll take that information back, we'll finish completing a budget recommendation. Plan is to bring that to the board in March, just for informational purposes, and then bring back that budget to you in April for approval, and then have that submission go to the Board of County Commissioners no later than April 15th is my goal, so that we can make sure we get our request to them prior to them starting to finalize their budget.
Bradford?
How many hours do we need for the, work session? How much do we, as we're looking at our calendars, how much time do we need to allocate?
How long have we spent today? I would say at least 2 hours. I mean, I will take as much time as you will give me.
Any other questions, board members? A lot to bring through.
Do we
Yes.
need to set that date now?
We could, does everybody have their calendars?
Can we get the calendars out and do, so we can just sort of know? Because we also want to have a work session on some other issues.
Right.
So I would rather not have an 8-hour
No, we
retreat
don't do it
day,
separate.
but we should prioritize the budget, I would think.
Yeah, I think so. What I could do is I'll send out by tomorrow several options in the next month. Maybe we can actually look at doing the budget first. I agree with you. I think the budget should be the priority at this point, and then the other one we had talked about, looking at the town halls and some other things. We could bring
Maybe
together.
Crystal can do a Google Doc, the
Well, I'll send it to
calendar,
Crystal.
Google, whatever that's called.
I'll send it to Crystal and give her some
Doodly.
options. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll get that to her tomorrow.
Can I, one more,
Yes,
if
ma'am.
you don't mind? I wanted to make sure the notes I have written down for the additional information I wanted to bring back, that I've got everything noted. So I wanted to try to look for the old fund balance policy just for informational purposes for you to review. I was going to bring back the cost of the operating budget and also include the fund balance as a % of the operating budget, and provide charter school numbers and allocations for the past 5 years. Does that sound good?
Anything else? Nope, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Next,
Ashley.
yeah, lot to think about there for sure. Our next topic for today is the discussion of the Vogel Law Firm. Ms. Crable, you actually brought that up. Do you want to start that conversation?
Yeah, I'll start. The couple things. My concerns from the very beginning have not gone away, that we have a law firm that we selected that is, I don't believe is capable of handling all of the intricacies of the work that we have. And we have just recently been notified that we have lost, Mr. Vogel's firm has lost 2 of its employees, which leaves us at a deficit for their specialty areas. And I'm not feeling comfortable. And then just looking through our budgetary numbers, I mean, he charges us a lot, and he charges us for a lot of things, and I'm concerned that our law firm is inserting themselves into our operating business, like by some of the things that come up in some like committee meetings, where Mr. Vogel is like saying, well, didn't you really mean to say? I don't think that we want our lawyer making those calls for us, that we should be asking him for his opinion or his advice on if we did this, not asking him to, write our policies or having him just say, hey, look, do this. So I just think that we need to have another hard look, and perhaps, Dr. Faust and his team can weigh in on the services that we have gotten up until now, that originally we said that we had a 6-month, contract, and then we jumped ahead after only 2 months. And so if we had kind of waited till 6 months, we would have had a trial purpose. But I'm not happy with the services being provided, and I'm not happy with what seems to be preferential treatment of some board members over others, and sort of pitting us against each other. Some of these same things occurred in Cabarrus County, according to several board members from Cabarrus that I have had the chance to talk with. I just don't think that his expertise, his school law expertise is basically suing school districts, representing families, representing staff, which is fine. Somebody needs to do that, for those folks. But that is his main background. And just working for the Department of Justice 25 years ago, for 11 months here and 11 months there, doesn't make you an educational lawyer. And it's my understanding from reading his resume that basically what he was doing back in the olden days was student loans, which is still not education law. So I just wanted us to, if anybody else was feeling the same thing or experiencing the same issues, where he doesn't talk to any of us without, your permission, and only sends information to the board chair and board vice chair. And when it's information that all of us should be having. So those are my initial reasons. But the main one that brought this back to the head was that his law firm is down, 2 people. And that's a lot of expertise that we're losing with those 2 employees of his.
Other board members? Walker?
Well, I won't go over exactly the same things, but I do have the similar concerns. I mean, we're the 12th largest school district. We really do need a firm that can handle that. And I will say I am concerned about the distribution of information that we don't all get. I know we've had some things forwarded to us because we didn't all receive that information. But also I am absolutely concerned that 2 members decided they wanted to part ways. I don't know why. I know we got the email about that, and I think it's concerning that, but that's, they were hired with those people and those folks, and which was additionally helpful to, one person doing most of the work is, I think for a district our size, I don't think is a good idea. And I will just bring back my concerns I had originally when I was part of the team that looked at the scores with nothing but paper in front of me, that there was not enough experience in the educational law field, at least where we need it, especially in special education realm. So I will just say that's my comments on that. I know we're going to talk about it next week, I think, so.
Ms. Walker? Thank you, Ms. Walker. I meant to say thank you. I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyone else from the board? If not, Mr. Vogel, would you like to chime in, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Happy New Year to everybody. Good to see everybody. Sorry that I have to see you virtually. Would love to be there in person, but look forward to seeing you in person next week. Some of the issues that were just raised by 2 of the board members concern a personnel matter with our law firm. And for privacy reasons, I don't want to say too much about our firm's personnel. All law firms and all businesses have changes in personnel. Indeed, the school district, which the board governs, often has changes in its personnel. The school board's prior law firm had different lawyers come and go. I think there may have even been, different special education lawyers come and go. I think there was a lawyer who played a lead role for the school board who stepped away from representing the school board, stepped away from Tharrington Smith. I understand he stepped away from the practice of law altogether. It happens. I've worked for 2 of the biggest, most prestigious law firms in the country, one called Sun and Shine, it later became known as Denton's, and the other is McGuire Woods. And I can tell you, people begin working for certain clients, and sometimes they get moved to other clients, or sometimes they separate from the firm. I want to caution you to not get distracted. You as a board know better than anyone that you have important issues on your plate, including academic achievement and fiscal responsibility. We just heard a very terrific and important report from Ms. Sutton about that. Special education, student safety, etc. By our count, this is perhaps the 3rd board meeting over just the last 5 months that you've had our law firm on your agenda. That's perhaps the 5th board meeting over the last 8 months that you've had our law firm on your agenda. And again, I caution you not to be distracted. Be careful also not to be fooled by misinformation that you may be getting from people who have an ulterior motive or perhaps even a hidden political agenda. Look, sometimes people are separated from a law firm, like any business. Law firm, like any business, has to evaluate the quality of someone's work, their work ethic, the loyalty to the firm and to the firm's clients. And then sometimes people choose to separate from the firm for a variety of reasons, for whatever reason. What is the most important thing for the board to know? What is absolutely relevant is that the law firm continues to be very well equipped to represent the school board and the school district. You could verify with the invoices, you can have a conversation with me to know that the recent departures from the firm did very little work for the firm. So very little has changed. The board hired and has its contract with Vogel Law Firm and not any particular attorney. And the board acknowledged the firm's good work by very recently renewing the law firm's contract to go all the way through June of this year. As you know, just this morning, two of the lawyers of our firm, including me, met with Assistant Superintendent Julie Varnum and EC Director Joanna Souza to discuss an important pending special education lawsuit. We spent several hours working on that. We enjoy our collaborative and collegial relationships with senior staff, and we continue to work hard on several fronts. Again, very little has changed. In our firm, Terry Wallace continued to work on human resources, legal issues, and has additionally now taken on operations, legal issues, which has had a very light workload for the firm, operations that is. Terry otherwise assists with matters, including contract review. Terry, as you may recall, previously served as counsel within the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools Legal Department. And today, among other things, he represents Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools as outside counsel for employment and Title IX cases. Last year, he won a very high-profile Title IX jury trial in federal court. I was in court to observe several days of the trial. It was absolutely fantastic, got incredible marks. He's a highly intelligent and accomplished attorney, and we're proud to have him. We have another lawyer who handles bond forfeiture and vehicle seizure matters. We have another lawyer with 30 years of legal experience who is also available. And we have a junior lawyer who assists with legal research and witness interviews and other areas. As for me, as you know, I work on school board level matters, including board meetings, board council, board committees, and I am the superintendent's point of contact. And I additionally continue to lead on all special education matters and public records request matters. I have practiced law for nearly 30 years. I have worked for some of the biggest, most prestigious law firms in the country as a partner in their legal compliance and government investigation departments. I have worked for the U.S. Department of Justice as both a civil rights lawyer and as a federal prosecutor. As a prosecutor, I tried jury cases in front of federal judges and won every trial. I am a member of the United States Supreme Court Bar, and I filed friend of the court briefs with the U.S. Supreme Court in high-profile education cases that were decided last year. In a couple of months from now, I will be arguing a case on behalf of a student loan borrower before the United States Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit in Richmond, Virginia. I served as President Bush's Deputy General Counsel at the U.S. Department of Education. I have represented public and private school families, teachers, administrators, and I've represented public school districts, as well as other types of education clients. The New Hanover County Board of Education and New Hanover County Schools are in good hands with our law firm, I can assure you. We love representing the school board and the school district because we care about the students, families, and staff of New Hanover County Schools. And we look forward to continuing to work with all of you in the new year and beyond. To the extent that there are little areas that you want us to improve upon, whether it's how we send messages to the board, whether the messages should be sent to the leadership of the board for the leadership to decide how and when to disseminate to other board members, or whether you'd like us to disseminate things to the entire board all at once, is up to the board. And we're happy to serve you. Thank you for this terrific opportunity. We really look forward to continuing to work with all of you in the new year and beyond.
Yes, so to those comments, leadership of the board is all of us, all 7 of us. That the chair takes on a lion's share of that role, which we all recognize and appreciate. That doesn't mean that the chair is the only one that is worthy of hearing from the board attorney on issues. But I would like to also voice the concern that I believe there is too much of a partisan twist with our council. And he is involved in the Carolina Academy of Leadership Network, which is basically a John Locke Foundation, very partisan organization, hosted a private party at one of our School Boards Association event and excluded
Mr.
some...
Chairman, is this germane to the conversation?
Yes, it is germane to the conversation because I'm
Point of
giving
order.
reasons. I'm giving reasons why I don't think it's appropriate. Let me just give you, allow me a second to...
Point of order, I believe in Robert's rules,
I
he's
have
supposed
to
to rule
rule
on
on
it.
it, so I don't find that to be germane to the conversation, so I mean, I will allow you to finish your thought.
Okay, so the thought was our legal counsel needs to be nonpartisan. And we see over and over from people, we finally got a good conservative law firm. We've got this, and he is exclusionary to the point that it's very partisan, and I don't think that's helpful for our board to have an attorney that is, I find it very difficult for some of the things he's recommending are coming straight, not from DPI, not from NCSBA. So I just want us all to be cognizant of that we need a nonpartisan, non-partial attorney to advise us, not to insert into our business matters.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Ms. Bradford?
A couple of things. Policy 2120, the Code of Ethics for School Board Members, B5, we as board members are supposed to model integrity towards students, parents, employees, and vendors. Every time we have these discussions, I believe that we stray out of the integrity. I believe twice we've had one board member call for the disbarment of the attorney. I think we stray into violating our code of ethics, and we need to rein that in. We absolutely need to. The public looks at us and says, "What a dysfunctional board." It's just sad. I agree as a business owner that this is a personnel matter of the people that are or not. A team forms, you have high hopes for it. Sometimes team members don't work out, you replace them. It's pretty common in business. It doesn't upset me in any way, shape, or form because I've been in business so long. One board member brought up the budgeting. This attorney firm offered us an extremely reasonable retainer fee, and the majority of the board voted not to do that. Personally, I voted to go with the retainer, and we would have saved tens of thousands of dollars, but the board chose not to do that, and you reap what you sow there. Some of this feels like partisan sour grapes. It really does. Now, for the concerns about the attorney favoring the chair and the vice chair, I don't know how it was done in the past. I don't know if there's any requirement that says you can send it to all board. I don't know where that lies. Maybe we need some counsel on that. Yes, I mean, it's only been a month. Yeah, it's been a month. And I miss getting, the emails, but I'm no longer the vice chair. So I don't believe that's my privilege at this point. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe all the board could get all of the emails that are sent only to the chair. Is there a restriction against that, Mr. Vogel? No. I don't know. No. But it just sounds like sour grapes to me, that I'm no longer in charge of the whole board, and so I want everything I had before. That's just my opinion.
And I'll speak to that. I don't think that, I know when I was not the chair, a lot of times I didn't get all the information, but I will try to, I'll take that. I won't blame Mr. Vogel for that. I have no problem with sharing everything that is shared with me. I have no problem sharing that with the board. Dr. Faust and I actually had a discussion about that when I first became the chair, about trying to include the whole board, because I do value, 7 members of the board, and I think that everyone is, everyone here is elected. So I think everybody is valuable, and I will try to do, it's the first of the year, I'll try to do a better job in disseminating that, and actually will speak to Mr. Vogel about, unless there's something that's got to be only for myself and the vice chair, that it will send everything to everybody. I mean, and I'll take that as my own area to improve. So,
Mr. Chair.
yes, ma'am, Ms. Walker?
So I'm not going to go over things again, but I will say there's clearly issues here. And if we don't address them and the repercussions come back on us, that's a problem. So I will just say, if it's on the agenda next week, I will do my research and I will bring discussion. I agree with some of the things that have been said here, and I have spoke my piece, but I will elaborate if we bring it up next week. But I think we need to address some issues that are clearly a problem. And if we don't, then that's going to create more problems.
Why don't we move on to the next thing? It is on the agenda for next week, so we will not spend any more time on it. We do have a very important topic ahead of us, the Career Readiness Academy at Mosley. Dr. Faison, Happy New Year.
Hello, and Happy New Year. So I wanted to provide you an update with the Career Readiness Academy at Mosley Performance Learning Center, the high school program. I want to begin with actually giving you a historical context. Please keep in mind that a lot of the historical context is from talking to a number of our staff members who worked at Mosley, currently work at Mosley, as we were going back, just to give some historical context, because we went all the way back to the inception of Lakeside in 2007. So please keep that in mind. Also, I'm going to share some student data, budget implications, the path of enrollment for students, and the timeline and transition plans that we have for our plan. So first, the history of Mosley. In 2007, the Performance Learning Center opens at Lakeside. And if you recall, those of you, what? Okay. Lakeside. So a lot of us do not know about that, but Ms. Craybill just educated us about that. Then in 2008, the board voted to change the name to Mosley Performance Learning Center after one of our esteemed educators, Ms. Mosley, who actually had almost 50 years in education. I don't know Ms. Mosley personally, but just reading up and checking on some things, she was definitely superior educator. In 2009, we added the STAY program, and STAY is the program that we have at a number of our high schools now, which is striving to achieve excellence. And envision Mosley to be more like you think about CTEC now. As a college career-ready school, students actually receive bus passes to go to CFCC classes. In 2010, it moved to the current building that it is in now, which is the old Blunt Elementary School. And Mr. Anderson helped me with that information. 7 staff members and 100 students at that time. And then in 2014, 15, the school was not having the enrollment of the intentions. So to revitalize the school, they created a finance academy that was accredited by NAITH, and the CSI model was replaced. And in 2017, another push to get some students and to increase the enrollment by adding the E-Academy. And then in 2021, the Finance Academy was not drawing the students the way intended, and it ended in 2021. 2023, we actually had to remove our fully virtual students, and we sent them back to their home schools to align with DPI, because you have to have certain components to be an E-Academy, and there's different positions and things of that nature that we did not have. And currently, we serve our students there who want a small setting. So that is where we are, an overview of Mosley. Now, that was the historical context. Now I want to share with you just some data. And as you see up here, the data, you see the graduation data. So it has increased since 2019, but we still are not close to our district average in one of our schools that we are struggling to get the graduation rate up. The next slide, I think, is very important because we think about, Mosley is a career readiness academy. And when the state defines career readiness, they defined it by levels 4s and 5s, those students that are college and career readiness. So in the first level of that, you have the performance of the students in the indicators that the state measures us that are college and career ready. Then you have grade level proficiency, because we know you can get a level 3 and pass, but the state does not consider you college and career ready. We do have 2 students that currently go to CFCC from Mosley. I want you to keep in mind the goal of college career readiness and those opportunities. But we don't have the ability for our students at Mosley to get any credentials. There are not any CTE pathways. They don't have that opportunity. When we think about our policy, our graduation policy 3460, one of our policies is to make sure that we provide students with those opportunities. And because currently we are not able to do that at Mosley. There's no AP courses being offered. The electives that the students have are PE, art, and CTE, which is currently one of our Paxton Patterson labs. Another thing to think about is when Mosley was created for the career readiness so students can get these credentials and do the CTE pathways, we didn't have all these opportunities in our traditional high schools. We do now. Next, I want you to come to the budget. So when we think about Mosley, we currently have 15 positions at Mosley, and they're costing $2.1 million. $1.3 million of those dollars is in local. The other funding is coming from CTE, the grant, and Mosley is a low-performing school. So because it's low-performing, it also receives additional funding. So if you look at this, right now, Mosley is our specialty school that costs more than double our traditional schools and our specialty schools. And I want you to keep in mind the credentials, the pathways, so that are not available for our students who currently go there.
Can I stop you on that real quick? I hate to do that, but the total cost of the 15 positions, so we're basically paying, by my calculation, $140,000 per position for the teachers.
I'll let Mrs. Sutton address that.
Is that including with the benefits and everything?
Yes, that includes benefits and local supplements and the benefits related to local supplements as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now, the next thing is pathway to enrollment. So, and basically I'm sorry.
Stop you. That's just not all. That 2.1 million isn't just for, when you were talking about just all in salary.
Oh,
no.
Okay, sorry.
That could be your CTE, we have to pay for.
She's pulling it up.
No, we don't pay any teachers over 140.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I presume that means they make
Supplies, materials, transport. I'll let Mrs. Sutton.
Yeah, boy, I tell you, 140,000.
That's the
Make that as a principal.
overall cost for everything that's invested in the program.
Okay.
That's the overall cost for everything that's invested in the program.
And I will continue, and Ms. Sutton is looking at some things, and when she comes back, I'll let her provide some more information for that. And so now we have the pathway, how our students actually get to Mosley. And we looked at the ninth graders, and you're looking at the number of ninth graders who applied. And I want to point out on this slide, you see the current ninth grade numbers have jumped because we did a big push to try to get increased enrollment. And, you know, shouts out to Mrs. Principal Nalepa, Lauren Nalepa, because she really pushed to increase the attendance at Mosley. And that is why, this number is 18, because of her recruiting efforts. But still, with all of that, we're still at 18 of students that applied to go to Mosley in the ninth grade. Now, Mosley keeps their application open. They don't close it, so students can still come after the application window, unlike our other specialty schools. Do you have a question? So the timeline of all of this, the plan. First, I want to start with some historical conversations. I can tell you that as soon as I came here, the first thing is the school, the principal, reached out and asked, we know we're talking about what are we going to do with Mosley. The school continues to initiate and ask those questions because this has been a question not just at the district level, but at the school about how can we increase the enrollment, how can we do something different and provide more additional support at Mosley. And in August, the current principal actually talked to his staff because the grant is ending. And the grant is the IPG grant. And he let them know that the grant was ending and there might be some different changes coming. In October, we looked at the numbers. I want you to keep in mind we pushed hard last year to increase the enrollment numbers, and we got 18. And we decided not to do open enrollment again. And then in November, Dr. Barnes and his team met with the staff, and you see in December, we talked to the parents, and we also had our innovative partner supervisor. She has been over there working with the parents and the students to make sure that our students land at a place that will maximize their potential and where they want to be. So we are working really hard with the students and the parents on this. And I'll show you just a couple of things we're doing there. One of the things that we're doing is doing visits to CTEX and WEX. Because interesting enough, when we survey the students, a significant amount of them want to go to a college and career-ready school. We also have a significant amount that want to go back to a traditional school. And we have to keep in mind, we can make our large high schools have a small feel, and those are the programs with the stay and the things that we do. And you just see here the timeline we have for our current students, and I will take any questions. I'm sorry, Mrs. Sutton has the answer.
So I apologize for not getting that a little bit quicker. The salaries only related to those 15 positions is about 1.3 million. Included in the number provided was some support staff for the school as a whole, and some supply costs were included in there as well.
Board members? Bradford?
Mr. Chairman, I'm still grappling with the lack of notice, and you brought us school closing procedures. This says we should have a public hearing and a board vote. And so I would, if it's appropriate to make the motion here, I will do it. If I can't, I would move for next week for the regular meeting. But I would like to move that we have a public hearing to hear from the public before we close the school.
So can I make a clarification? We're not closing the school. We're moving a program.
Yeah.
So Mosley isn't closing. There are 3 programs at that school. There's the pre-K program, the transition to young adult program, and you have the career performance program. We're moving a program. We're not closing the school.
Where are you moving the program to?
So the program will be dissolved into back to their other schools where they'll be able to get their career readiness. We're not able to provide career readiness at that school.
We would if just keep in mind, because we're definitely not closing a school, we are moving a program, and think about the timeline that I shared with you. There has been a number of things, a number of different things that have been done, but I also want you to just keep in mind what we are providing and what we cannot provide to our students at Mosley. They don't have the access right now to get work keys. They can't, they don't have the opportunity that we have in our traditional schools to get the credentials and the work keys that is afforded.
Barnhart?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that was my biggest takeaway listening to this presentation again, is what you're saying is there's more being offered at our high school than at this specialty program. So they are actually at a disadvantage if they're at that school. They do not have the opportunities afforded to them. It's just the setup would look potentially different. And what you were saying is on a different campus, there are the stay programs that would feel and have that smaller class sizes, which a lot of them.
And very good point. And we've actually been talking to the teachers, and I know Ms. Varnum and the counselors. We're going to make sure that we work with the students. But the biggest thing is what you said. The opportunities are very limited at Mosley, and at the other schools, they have an array of opportunities to get the college and career readiness, the credentials, and the work keys and the pathways.
Mason?
Actually, I had two questions, and I'm not totally aware of that specific grant. Is that grant ending,
Yes.
or, okay, completely can't reapply, nothing at all? Are there
Well,
other?
I would have to check to see what the status of them reapplying, but it is ending for them.
And then if not, are there other grants? And then I have a second question after that.
Yep. There are always grants that you can apply for, but keep in mind that this grant, we get certain grants because of our performance. So I don't know, it would depend on what our focus would be. This grant was for coaching and supporting the staff.
Mr. McManus?
Chair, I thought we have to try to take away, as we have alluded to earlier, which I agree, the political and the personal. So I always try to make decisions or think about making the decisions based on data, because that's not personal. Data says one thing and I think another, pretty well tells me I'm wrong. Either way. So if I may briefly, we're talking millions of dollars after we just finished talking about how deep in debt we are. That's data. Two, do these students graduate with any CTE certification or employment degree and/or that offers them a job?
Last year and a couple of years, they've had some opportunities for some credentials. It is limited even then, but now we do not have that there currently.
We've lost funding for that school, which is the big, and I'm sorry, but again, data. These students, if 95% of these students are not proficient in math 1, 7% in English 2, 75% in biology, 9% in math 3, they need to be in a situation where they receive CTE training and where they can stack whatever certifications they desire. The staff theirs designed, and I should have said at the very beginning, the staff at Mosley obviously deserve all the bells and whistles for being the inviting and supportive emotion, as well as, obviously the kids feel safe and they're comfortable. But data tells me they need to be in a situation where they're getting some CTE training. That's my professional belief, based on the data. And I just feel like that's something we need to consider when we discuss and make a decision. What is best for these students?
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Ms. Walker?
a little confused. Well, one, I know we've been graduating students every year because we've been there. But also, I'm confused at why we enrolled more kids if we knew the grant was ending. I feel like in a way, it's like we said, come to this school, this opportunity is really great, it will work for you, and then we're like, okay.
Well, keep in mind, the grant is just to work with teachers. The grant is to work with teachers and coaching and things to that nature. So it has nothing to do with this decision or plan that we have. And of course, this is the board's decision. This is a plan. When we look at the data, when we look at the opportunities for the students, this is where we landed.
Yes, go ahead.
I mean, we had students that I guess felt blind, and parents that felt blindsided about this decision, and they came to us at the meeting, and they're in tears and they're crying. And I mean, I'm not heartless. Like I want to have some kind of, response to that. And and I mean, as a student that struggled in high school too for various reasons, I mean, I felt that through them, and I guess I'm concerned that I know that y'all are doing a really good job of trying to figure out where to fit them. I'm concerned it's going to really be devastating to them personally in their lives, and that's one of the reasons they decided to go to this program. And I guess another point to that is like if we're trying to transition them to this or transition to the school to a newcomer school, well, not some of our students fit into that model because, we had we were told about the meeting from the Hispanic or Latino committee yesterday, and half of the statistics I saw were that over half the students are Hispanic Latino. I mean, would some of the students not fit still?
No. Well, first of all, I want to apologize because the last presentation I did, I put the two together. And this is totally, the newcomer school this is a plan for the high school program at Mosley, looking at what we are providing to the students currently and the opportunities that are there. The newcomer school are for first-generation students, so no, or first English-speaking students in different levels. So no, it's a different group of students.
Well, I'm going to ask a question, and I'll get around to anybody else who wants to. You note here that on January 10th, Mosley will visit potential transfer of schools. First off, why is there only one early college mentioned there? And number two, will they get preferential treatment there? Well, will they? Basically, if you apply, you will go, or is it, you have to go in there and compete with everybody else?
Good question, Chair. Number one, we went by their preference. These are the preferences. So when we looked at the students, they wanted to go to these two schools or back to a traditional school. A number of them were going to go back to a traditional school, according to them in their survey, because of sports and the arts and the opportunities they had, regardless of this. So we need to keep that in mind. So that is why we're going to those two schools. That's the that is where they want to go. As far as preference, they're going to be able to go to those schools. We are making that commitment to them that we're going to work with them and get them to their schools.
Bradford?
Okay, if we're not closing a school, we're ending a program. I still think that we need public input. And let's just indulge me for a minute. We heard a reference just recently in November about what we had to do at Williston because we didn't allow those students to graduate at their school. Now that board had a public hearing, they had permission from the state, and they had a board vote. But we still deprived those students of their graduation. We're kind of repeating history here in the way we're doing it. I believe that the public wants to be heard. If we don't, we're going to have 50 or 60 traumatized students that will be our fault, that we will have created this, even though we didn't know anything about it until just a few weeks ago. And so I know you're in a hurry to move this along.
No, I'm not in a hurry. I just, like I said,
think that we need public input. Okay. We've had public hearings on far less important issues than this. So, my motion to have a public hearing stands whether we call it ending the program at Mosley or closing Mosley. I don't care. But regarding Mosley, I think we need to have a public hearing. And at some point, you need to tell us if we're only ending the program, what's your plan to use the building for?
So the program, it's about the program. There are a number of things that when you think about the building, but right now, and I want you to keep in mind what I said about the opportunities for the students there. When we look at the opportunities that we're providing, we know what is out there when they graduate. And we are not giving them the opportunities at our traditional high school, not even close. And it's hard.
I'm not arguing that point.
Now, I just want you to know, because this is not easy for anyone. But when you're talking about students, sometimes you have to make a decision that is best for them that they don't understand. And like I said, this is the board, this is our plan. When we looked at what we could provide them, what we have, what we're giving them, and what awaits them when they graduate, this is where we landed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After hearing some of the presentation, I mean, part of the conversation said it was the board decision. And respectfully, I do not feel that the board was involved in this unless it was the previous board. And so I understand the justification, and truthfully, I don't know if I would veer from where you guys are coming from, but I do feel from my fellow board members that it is important to understand, to open up to the public, to hear that conversation, to have that open dialogue, to talk about the numbers and the opportunities and everything so that it's an open dialogue versus it feeling like this transition space. So I would not be opposed to having a hearing and a formal vote of the program. Glad to hear that's not an actual full-on school closure. But I think that's something that we do need to delineate from, and when we are talking about it and allowing that opportunity for people to express, it's really just the path forward. And part of that path forward, if it is a dissolving of this program, it talks about that transitioning and like redistribution of kids, because that's very important too, just like I think Ms. Walker was speaking to it, that they are able to transition successfully to another school. Just like when they come back from JC Road to the traditional high school, we want that to be successful. And so I would not be opposed to having a hearing to talk about, you know, to officially talk about the next step. And then if it's a formalized vote for the board, a formalized vote of the dissolving of the program or the steps forward with this specific entity.
Yeah, Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, I've just, this afternoon, you may not have had a chance to check your emails, but I think that the cry for a town hall visit or meeting, some people are saying, and I pulled one up, I strongly urge you not to turn Mosley into one of our into a school for illegal immigrants. My tax dollars are for American citizens' children, not for those here illegally. I strongly suggest having a public hearing. So I'm just hoping that this public hearing is not, that is not what we're really talking about. Because like everyone has said, we want to do what's best for the students. And a lot of these kids are at Mosley because they need a smaller environment. And it's up to the school to help them with, with that. So, but that just really alarmed me that we got at least 5 emails today from people confusing that the whole school is closing, which it's not, and that we're turning this school into a school for illegal immigrants. It's like, oh my Lord, that I just don't want that to happen. No,
Board members,
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say real quickly, just to let you know, I know we had said 4 hours and we're at 4 hours right now, but this is a very important discussion. So unless there's a big reason we need to close, because we have several other important things to go on. Would anybody like to make a motion at this point? Yes, ma'am.
I've been trying.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that regarding Mosley, that we have a public hearing. And I would say we needed to have it within the next 3 weeks, because we don't need to hold up whatever you may or may not be doing. And the public is upset. We know that we have at least probably 40 kids that are really upset, and their parents, and we have a person here with a sign that says Save Mosley. We can expect that same sort of public outcry. And I think they deserve the opportunity to be heard. I absolutely do. So I move that we have a public hearing on the issue of Mosley within the next 3 weeks.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Ms. Grable.
It's my understanding that at agenda review meetings, we are here for information, and we're not here for taking motions and making votes. So this, to me, would be a better placed discussion at our business meeting next Tuesday.
Well, I will mention that we have already voted on the personnel report, so.
We always do that, and we've already pre-agreed to that. Yeah, name them.
To the topic at hand.
We'll continue. Yes, ma'am?
I just want to speak to, for what I'm understanding, your motion is to say about the program itself. So not to say what the facility usage is going to be. It would be a hearing about the program itself and the potential to either continue it, dissolve it, migrate it into different things.
That is correct. There are
Okay.
two separate issues, as Dr. Faison said. We are only dealing with issue number one.
Okay. Any other discussion? Mr. McManus?
When we talk about a public hearing, you hear from the community, does that mean they have to have a child or be a teacher or staff member in Mosley? Because we banned the book with one parent. That's all it took, one parent, 100,000, 1% banned the book. So you're fighting the very parents that are upset, I get that. But we can't even make kids go to summer school in the 3rd grade, but we promote them when they're reading 2 years behind grade level. At some point, we need to do what's right for these kids academically and something that prepares them for the future. If we're gonna talk about that, let's talk about life, the areas where we need to improve. But Mosley does not, if I understand the data, does not offer the kids any CTE training. If you look at the test scores, well, let's be honest, because we're never honest about anything, hardly. Those kids are not prepared to go to Cape Fear Community College at the present moment. Just like our kids that go to the 4th grade can't read from the 2nd grade level. But we send them because it's the right thing to do in Mosley. At some point, we were elected to do what's best academically and challenging to prepare these students, no matter who they are, or who they aren't, and offer the best education. And all we do is talk politics and emotions. I mean, you tell teachers to get F on it, you guys just said it. I love you, but you can't say that. They learn it. We've got to present these kids with something to leave school with. We have kids who can't pass the basic competence test in Cape Fear Community College. We get a diploma from the Hanover County Schools. I'll end on that.
Ms. Walker, and then Ms. Mason, and then we'll vote.
That's a motion.
I would just say this, we offered this program to these students, so they accepted because that's where they wanted to be. So I mean, I take Mr. McManus's point on a lot of things, but with this particular instance, I think that we provided that opportunity for them, and we actually recruited them to come there. So I think I agree that we need to at least listen to folks. So that's all I'll say.
Mason, and then we'll vote.
Respectfully, no matter what we decide when it comes to Mosley, the community deserves a voice and the ability to tell us what they think. So I would support it too.
Okay, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll? This is again to hold, to hold a public forum or public hearing with the discussion focused on Mosley.
Within the next 3 weeks.
Within the next 3 weeks.
Mr. Wildebohr, point of order. We need to be more specific in our motion, I believe. We're not talking about Mosley, the school. We have to talk about the high school program at Mosley. So I think Ms. Bradford might want to consider changing her motion so that at least we're voting on the appropriate thing.
Bradford, would you like to specify Career Readiness Academy at Mosley?
I will specify Career Readiness Academy at Mosley, the high school program.
Okay.
Then I will second that.
Yep, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll? Thank you.
So are we voting on the amended one, or we're just going to go ahead and assume that that's the good one?
Well, she just said she would amend
Okay.
it. Yes, she did. Ms. Bowie, thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Craybill,
Yes.
Mr. McManus,
Yes.
and Ms. Walker.
Yes.
Okay, that'll be my third option to get a date together for that.
Thank you.
We will carry on. Thank you, ma'am. And you can stay up here, though, because you're next.
Field trips.
Field trips. Come on back.
I'll answer.
It says Instructional and Accountability Chief Academic Officer Patrice Faison.
Policy 3320.
Okay, I
don't
didn't,
So I will make a motion to postpone this discussion to
no,
another
I
time.
mean, did somebody put it up for questions? I'm sorry, I didn't put it up, Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't put it up there, Chair.
Yeah.
Because we were getting all kinds of questions
Okay.
about policy.
Mm-hmm.
And there seem to be maybe some schools that are going places that others aren't.
Mm-hmm.
And some are being approved for more school trips than others are.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just started saying, maybe we need to discuss it for a few minutes. That's the reason I did.
Oh, okay. I just know I didn't put it up there. I'm sorry. I just wanted the Chair to know that.
Ms. Craybill?
I do know that Tom Hagler, who was here earlier, he wanted to speak to the specific field trip about Masonboro because of state funding. And he waited for a little while thinking he was going to get to talk on it. But I told him this wasn't a talking meeting. So I don't know if and I suggested he just come back and talk to call to the audience, if he needed to. But I think he definitely thought there was going to be some discussion on that. But may I address Mr. McManus? So every school, and you can correct, every school is allowed 2, and the principal makes that call. And then there are some field trips that we approve by grade level that the principal approves, but really sort of has to do. And then the principal can choose to add whatever they want based on their funding or how it fits in with their class schedule. Is that right?
Yeah, so just to clarify a couple of things, we revamped our field trip policy, I think it was last year. We realized that there was no oversight for field trips, period. Whether it was taking someone overnight, whether it was taking them out of the country, whether it was taking them to Michigan. And we felt, as a district, we had to put some things in place to make sure our students are always safe and our field trips are aligned. So with that, we always have procedures and policies to guide our principals. So in a meeting last year, at the principals meeting, we have 2 field trips where the principals don't have to get any approval, right? One of them is a suggested board field trip. And then if they feel they need additional field trips, they're working with their supervisor. That is the change. So when people say only 2 field trips, 2 without any basically asking, I'm not going to say oversight because we still want to know, but that the principals determine, but they can always work with their supervisors to go on additional field trips. Now, one of the things that has occurred is, before this, principals thought, I'll say, it appeared that they thought the board field trips kind of had to go on, whether they wanted to, whether the kids wanted to, whether the grade level. And so some of them now are choosing not to do certain board field trips. So I think that's where a lot of the question has come. Then the gentleman that you spoke of, I had a chance to talk with him because he is one of the field trips that most of our, I think it's 5th grade, they always go to, they want to go to the Sound, but for some reason, now they're not all choosing this. They thought it was a board field trip, but we discussed, and when I say we, I mean the team, we've discussed to bring to you, can Masonboro be a board field trip? And we're looking at some other board field trips. But I just want to clarify, principals can talk with their supervisors and go on more than 2 field trips if they feel that it is necessary. And do we want people out the building all the time? We've got to take in consideration what you're doing, because we also had people or had schools where we had very long field trips, and then you take another 4 or 5, you can have a half of a month where you're on field trips. So that is where these questions have come. But anyone who's listening, if they can go to their principal, and their principal can definitely talk to their supervisor if there's a field trip that they want to go to.
Bradford?
So they get the 2 with no approval. If they want an additional, they have to work with their school supervision. Is there a difference in cost to the school, or is there any monetary concern why they would be hesitating or whatever?
No, no. I honestly think.
It could be standard. There's standards.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
The field trip, you just can't go on a field trip, say, oh, we're going. It has to, if you're in 3rd grade, it has to align to the standards because that's an educational opportunity outside the classroom. And so, yes, they may, but they have to say these are standards and those are the form. Basically, we put in some accountability measures, and that's what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, I just want you to hear what we're saying. We had no oversight overnight field trips or out-of-town field trips. We have got to make sure we have certain things in place, and that is new. And with that, we ask for oversight on all of our field trip procedure. So this is what the questions are coming.
Ms. Bradford?
This is just information purposes for today. It's not on next week's agenda for a vote of any kind, right?
I didn't know we were voting.
Okay, just check. So once we close this, we'll close.
Mr. McManus?
And I will be bringing back to the board, like we do every year, the board field trips. And as we discussed last year, and I think we discussed it recently, we will be making some changes and recommendations to the board field trips to align them more to the grade levels and the standards and to honestly, the desires of the school.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Faison.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Title IX. Ms. Craybill?
Yes, thank you. So the, what I'd already, given what my thoughts were with talking with, John Henry, and took in all of your feedback on the status of the Title IX committee. So we asked John Henry via Chris Barnes to come or give us a little brief update from where we were from our last update. So basically, it was from the last school year to feel where we are. And then before you do that, I've scheduled a Title IX committee meeting for February the 5th, and I will be contacting each of the members that are on the committee currently or who were on the committee, asking them if they want to attend. I don't think that we need to invite others to the committee when we might not want to have the committee, but we're going to do the same good faith effort that Ms. Mason made when you pull your committee together and you talk about the viability of the committee. So want to do that in conjunction with Mr. Henry. But I thought it would bear. I would rather have us hear the update first and not the committee to hear the update first.
Dr. Barnes?
So, Dr. Barnes, thank you.
Sure. What I did is pull together just sort of some bullet points about this year's Title IX work. Now, remember, of course, that Title IX is a subset of sort of the Employee Relations Department. They investigate lots of good things, but Title IX is specifically those issues. And we have investigated a total number of 61 cases since July 1, so this school year. About a third of them were referred back to the school because they don't necessarily meet the criteria of Title IX, and then it starts walking through the process of informal and formal resolution. We also really work to do training, starting off with every staff member gets a review of policies and Title IX, and then we also have done in-depth training with principals, assistant principals, our coaches, beginning teachers, our social workers and counselors, our custodial managers, and our ESL department. So that sort of gives you just a real brief overview. And that wasn't on the entire time. I'm sorry.
What?
Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
So, is it possible for at some point it's not on our agenda for Tuesday, but is it possible at some point that we can get an update from calendar year 22-23, because that's where we left off. Before Jarrell left, he had given us a one-pager. And is it possible to, maybe put that in the board packet, just so that we all can see the basics of what we did for the course of a year without an active Title IX committee? I think and just so folks understand that the committee won't be talking about daily operations of the Title IX department. It won't be talking about any lawsuits that we might be involved in where Title IX is concerned. It would be something else.
The committee's work really can't be involved. The Title IX process has very specific people who can be aware of it, who is a person who reviews it, who's the person that makes the decision, the decision maker. The Title IX committee can't be a part of confidential student or adult information regardless. But yes, I can pull together anything you like.
Yeah, and then include, if you would, because some people had concerns about where we are in our Title IX compliance with our sports fields, what we've done over the course of the year since our audit, and all the different kinds of little mini trainings that we have done based on, the Title IX office's recommendations. And we've done a lot of training, including, bringing in the bystander and darkness to light, and all trainings that we as board members could take if we wanted to. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, we'll carry on with Safety Committee. Ms. Bradford, you brought this up.
Oh, golly. Safety's number 2 on our strategic plan goals, and safety is the top of mind for everyone. You had mentioned in a meeting that you didn't see why we didn't have a committee that addressed that. So I was going to propose that we create this committee. I can make a motion if you like. I'm confused about what's under information on the agenda briefing that carries over to the agenda. So some things are and some things aren't. But I would propose that we do it and go ahead and create the committee. And if it's appropriate, I'll make a motion to do that.
Discussion?
I don't know much about it. I don't know about what it's going to do when it meets. I don't know anything, so I don't know about starting a committee and I don't have information. That's tough.
Well, Ms.
Well, I was going to give my input I think it's a good idea, but one of the things that I think that we could do a better job as an elected body is with DOT. I think a lot of our school zones and the traffic patterns and things like that, I think that could be a great opportunity. I don't think that this committee could discuss the day in and outs of safety protocols that we follow per se, but, to open that dialogue with the sheriff's department, because we do have SROs in all of our schools, and making sure that we're working with the community and working with the entities that affect her. I think it could be a beneficial add. I don't know how many times that we've talked about traffic patterns of different schools and things. And I know that Mr. Anderson is doing that work. And so to kind of be brought into the loop of that, and then also to help be a better advocate. I know over at Laney High School, I've sat down with the principal, and to get things changed and to hear where that is and for us to be informed, I think could be a value add. But to what was Walker saying, I think that we should define it if we want to do it. But if we are going to move forward in this path, I do think like transportation and the outside pathway would be a good thing that we need to focus on.
Graybill?
I'm going to I'm making eye contact with Eddie to talk about some of our safety efforts right now that may indicate that this kind of committee is not needed.
What I would maybe suggest the board do is attend some of our safety meetings. Every school has a safety team, and they meet periodically. Representatives from their safety team then participate on a district-wide safety team, and we meet spring and fall. And in addition to that, there's a safety management team that meets, and that particular one is where we have all our emergency response agencies and different entities that go to that meeting, and we plan, that's where the EOP is started. So, you know, in terms of, I think you had a good question, in terms of goals and objectives and what this committee would look like and what you want it to do, I would encourage you to first, you know, attend these meetings. I'll be glad to send the entire board update or invites, and or I could give those meeting dates to Ms. Bowie. But I think that will give you a better understanding of what this group is already doing, and you know, whether we need another committee or whether maybe we expand the existing one.
Mr. Chair.
Well, and I was going to say, maybe we could, you know, kind of like we have with the curriculum committee, where we have a member of our board that, you know, is the liaison person to that. Because I think it is, you know, I remember we had you know, in another county, we had, you know, a county level committee. I don't remember if there were board members on that or not, but how important it was to have that discussion between the school level and the county level. So maybe that's something we can look at. But if you'd send that out, I think that's a great idea. And maybe in the future we could add, you know, a board member or two.
So
to
unfortunately,
that
we just held our district-wide safety committee. So the next one will be in the spring. And, but I'll also send the invite to you for the next safety management team meeting.
Okay, great. Ms. Bradford?
And I think, I don't know if I made this up or not, but I thought in one point in discussing it, you know, we keep bringing up discipline. It's something that's really important to a number of us, including Mr. McManus. And we don't spend any time on talking about discipline. And I kind of thought it would fit under there because discipline is going to affect school safety. And just trying to find another outlet for taking it away from what we're doing once a month or twice a month, having the discussion that anybody could go to, and, you know, throwing out ideas and shopping ideas around in terms of helping, not just transportation, Mr. Anderson, but discipline. And I don't know what else could come up under there. I think time would tell. But we keep saying, hey, we have discipline issues, but we're not meeting on it. We're not discussing it. We're not getting anywhere further down the road than where we were a year ago.
And I would echo, you know, because Mr. Anderson and I had a conversation not too long ago that he went to another district. I think several folks from that one committee went to a different district, and there was some kind of a device in the school that would, if you want to remind me about it, but it was some kind of thing with any kind of weapon. Remember that you had mentioned? And that would be great for the board to know about.
Yeah, we, Mr. Silverstein and I had evaluated a couple of, two different options, and they're probably the most prevalent in the K-12 market. And they're weapons detection. It's not metal detection. For example, when you walk through, it's not one at a time. You could go through as, you know, one of them you could go through almost as a group, and it will alert, and on a tablet it will put a little square around where on the person the particular item that alerted is. So, and then we went up to Johnston County schools and toured an elementary, a middle, and a high school. Yeah, a little different demographics, a little different, little smaller schools. You know, the high school that we actually toured, they brought all students through the front door. You know, walkers, bike riders, car students, car drop-off, buses, and I can't imagine us doing that. So obviously, you know, smaller student enrollment, but we're still looking at those and looking at funding opportunities. One of them, you know, is probably at the main entrance. It's a pretty permanent installation. It's not easy to move. The other one is pretty portable, and it's a little more affordable, and you could use that at secondary entrances or use it at athletic events or prom or other meetings. So we're still looking at some funding opportunities for those, and then I think we're ready to move forward if we had funding.
Good. Ms. Craybill?
Yeah, Mr. Anderson, could you explain just a little bit to the board again, the difference between the roles of Mr. Locklear and Mr. Silverstein on how we divvy out the safety responsibilities? Because one of them is going to get to Ms. Bradford's point on discipline, and one of them is to the point of hardware and emergency response procedures.
Right, so we split up the responsibilities under safety into student safety and school safety. School safety being a little more of the physical aspects of safety, and student safety, of course, involving any safety event that students are in.
Yeah, so Mr. Locklear's role is really more focused on, like Mr. Anderson said, the student safety aspect with regard to behavior, with regard to discipline policies, bullying investigations that lead to substantiating whether bullying has occurred to a level that we take action that would be consistent with board policy. Also analyzing our discipline data, analyzing our whether it's data trends, disproportionality, that kind of thing. But then also it involves the supervision of athletics, driver's ed, although we do have somebody that works on those things, but it's kind of a collection of many different aspects. And also the role of reporting our discipline data, information, and the guidance for compliance reporting to the state.
It's clearly not a line in the sand, so to speak. I mean, it's more of a gray area. There's a lot of crossover, a lot of coordination. I'd say Chuck and Glenn work closely together. Our divisions work closely together all the time.
And Ms. Bradford, you had made a motion, so you want to table that? Okay. Well, is there a second? Hearing none, we will leave it there. We will finish up our afternoon with committee report. Head Start, Ms. Bradford. Ms. Barnhart, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you look at the report, fellow members, there are 257 students. The biggest thing, whenever we met last time, they were very excited for the fall ball, and that was or winter ball, excuse me, and that was a great turnout. And yeah, we're meeting again in January. Not too much to report.
Not too much report. At this point, I will, yes, ma'am?
Dr. Faison, we have a specialty school fair in January on the 21st.
Yes, it is January the 20th from 10 to 1 right here at the Board of Education, and it will give parents the opportunity to see all the wonderful programs and schools that we have in the district.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? I'll second it. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you, board members. Have a good night. Be safe on the way home.